Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight we begin not with a king, and not with a battle, but with a hole in the ground, or more precisely, a hole that used to have water in it, on a grey morning in the spring of the year 1612, on a stretch of lake called the Beemster, a little north of Amsterdam, where a crowd of farmers, investors, and one famously stubborn hydraulic engineer named Jan Adrian Zoon Legwater stood at the edge of what had, until recently, and for longer than anyone standing there could remember, been simply water, a broad, shallow lake of some 7,000 acres that had eaten farmland for centuries and given nothing back but eels and reeds, and watched 43 windmills, arranged in a great ring around the lake's own circumference, and built for this single purpose: turn their sails in the wind and begin, patiently, mill by mill, scoop by scoop, to lift the lake out of its own bed and pour it into a ring canal that would carry it away to the sea. A process that would take the better part of 2 years, mill working behind mill in a chain of relays because no single machine could lift water high enough in one stage, until the Beemster's own lake bed, drained at last, lay exposed as new land, rich black soil that had never in human memory felt a plough, and the very same men who had financed the draining divided it, by survey and by lot, into farms laid out in a grid so precise, so mathematically rational for a country that had precious little rational land to work with, that the pattern is still visible today from an airplane window, a chessboard of fields where a lake used to be. It's worth sitting with the plain oddity of that scene for a moment. A company of Amsterdam merchants pooling their money not to buy a ship or a cargo, but to buy a lake, and then to unmake it, because it is the smallest and least famous version of the exact trick this whole story is going to be about. A trick this small, damp, chronically flooded corner of Europe performed at every scale it could reach, from a single drained lake to an entire hemisphere of trade, the manufacture out of nothing, or worse than nothing, out of water, out of mud, out of a coastline that spent half its history trying to drown the people who lived on it, of wealth. Let us say the thesis plainly the way we like to on this channel, so that you know the shape of the long night that lies ahead of you. For roughly 100 years, from somewhere around the 1580s to somewhere around the 1680s, a strip of low, wet, resource-poor land at the mouth of a few northern European rivers, a territory smaller than the state of Maryland, populated by perhaps 2 million people at its height, a population that a single Asian city could sometimes outnumber, became, by a wide and well-documented margin, the richest society that had ever existed on the face of the earth, richer by most careful modern reckonings, measured in income per head rather than in the raw size of any treasury, than Spain at the peak of its silver, richer than France under its most magnificent king, richer, arguably, than any large population before the industrial age that would eventually make the comparison meaningless. This is not, at bottom, a story about a nation that found gold, because the Dutch Republic never found any gold at all, not one mine, not one vein, in the whole of its own territory. It is a story about a nation that had almost nothing the earth is generally thought to reward, no broad farmland to speak of, no metal in its ground, no natural harbour deep enough for the ships it would eventually build, nothing at all except a long, difficult, unglamorous relationship with water and a fish and a habit, hammered into its people by 100 years of literal, physical, communal survival against the sea of trusting strangers, spreading risk and cooperating with people they did not like, for reasons of pure and unsentimental mutual advantage, and it is the story of how that unlikely inheritance, applied with a patience and a thoroughness, history has rarely matched. built a merchant fleet larger than the fleets of England, France, Spain and Portugal combined. A company that ruled, for a time, more territory in Asia than the Dutch Republic itself possessed in Europe. A bank whose currency was trusted more than any king's, and a city, Amsterdam, that became, for the better part of a century, the counting house, the warehouse, and the loan office of the entire European world. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you have a moment, please subscribe and help this small channel on its way toward 1,000 subscribers, a number that still feels a long way off some nights and closer on others, and every one of you who joins us actually does help. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story. So get comfortable. Let your shoulders sink into the bed. Settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the complete story of how a nation of fishermen, drainers, and refugees, crammed onto land they had largely built themselves, became for one improbable century the richest empire the world had yet seen. A country that had to be invented before it could be rich. It is worth pausing, before this story goes anywhere near a ship or a spice or a coin, on the sheer physical unlikelihood of the ground this whole empire would eventually stand on, because nothing about the geography of the Low Countries suggested to anyone looking at a map in, say, the year 1400, that this was a place destiny had marked out for greatness. The territory that would become the Dutch Republic sat at the delta, where three of Europe's great rivers, the Rhine, the Meuse and the Scheldt, finally surrendered their water to the North Sea, a low, flat, marshy, perpetually damp landscape, much of it, at or below sea level, held together, where it was held together at all, by peat bogs, sandbars, and a fragile lattice of natural dunes that the sea tested and occasionally broke through. With a regularity the people who lived there had long since stopped finding remarkable. It is worth naming specifically the scale of the disasters this coastline absorbed across the medieval centuries, because they are not a footnote to this story, they are its opening argument. The St. Lucia's flood of 1387, the Elizabeth flood of 1404, and most catastrophically of all, the St. Elizabeth's flood of 1421, in which the sea broke through the dikes protecting a low-lying district south of Dordrecht, and drowned, by some estimates, as many as 10,000 people, and permanently swallowed dozens of villages beneath what is today still called the Biesbosch, the forest of reeds, a wetland that exists to this very hour as the physical scar of a single terrible night, a reminder standing in the landscape itself that this was not a country. Nature had built for human beings, but a country human beings had built and rebuilt and would go on rebuilding against nature's own repeated and explicit objection. It is worth naming, too, the specific technology this constant emergency produced, because it is the first and most fundamental piece of the entire wealth machine this story is going to describe, and it long predates any ship or any company. The dike, the earthen wall raised to hold back water, was ancient in the Low Countries by the time this story properly begins, but what made the medieval and early modern Netherlands genuinely unusual was not merely that its people built dikes, since coastal peoples the world over have always built something of the kind, but that building and, far more demandingly, maintaining a dike is a task that no single farmer, however industrious, and no single village, however well organised, can perform alone, because a dike is only as strong as its weakest yard, and a breach anywhere along its length will drown the fields of everyone behind it, regardless of how diligently any one landholder tended his own particular stretch. And so the Low Countries developed, centuries before anything resembling a national government existed there, a genuinely remarkable set of local institutions called waterschappen, water boards, elected or appointed bodies with the specific and narrow power to tax landholders for the maintenance of dikes and drainage works, to compel labour and payment from reluctant neighbours, and to enforce with real legal teeth a level of forced cooperation among people who might otherwise have been rivals in every other corner of their lives, a system some modern Dutch historians and more famously modern Dutch politicians have called the polder model. After the reclaimed and diked fields, the polders, the system was built to protect, and it is worth holding that phrase gently in your mind tonight, because we will return to it more than once before this story ends, because the habit of forced, unsentimental, purely practical cooperation across lines of religion, class and personal preference that the waterboards drilled into the Dutch for 4 centuries before their republic was ever founded turns out to be, when this story finally reaches Amsterdam's own stock exchange and its own bank and its own overseas companies, not a charming cultural footnote at all, but the actual engine. It is worth naming, alongside the dike, the windmill, because the two technologies together are what actually made the Netherlands' own most peculiar economic habit possible, the habit of manufacturing land. And it is worth being precise about how genuinely strange that habit was by the standards of the rest of the world. Beginning in earnest in the 15th century, and accelerating enormously across the 16th and 17th, Dutch engineers, of whom the aforementioned Jan Adriaanzoon Leegwater, whose own surname, translating roughly to empty water, reads almost too neatly as a destiny, became the most famous, perfected a system of ringing a lake or a marsh with a canal, building a dike around the whole enclosed area, and then using a chain of windmills, each one lifting water only a modest distance before passing it to the next mill in the chain to pump the enclosed water, stage by patient stage, up and over the dike and away into a river or the sea, draining the lake bed dry and exposing land, polder land, that had never existed as dry ground before, land that belonged, from its very first furrow, not to any feudal lord who had inherited it across the centuries, but to whichever company of investors had financed its draining, a detail whose importance to the rest of this story cannot be overstated. Between the middle of the 16th century and the middle of the 17th, in a sustained wave of engineering that has few real parallels anywhere else in the pre-industrial world, the Dutch drained more than 100,000 acres of new land from lakes alone, quite apart from the older and more continuous work of reclaiming marsh and tidal flat, manufacturing, region by region, the literal ground beneath their own future wealth, a nation that had, in the most unmetaphorical sense available to us, to build itself before it could get rich, and that built itself tellingly, not through the labour of serfs bound to a lord's land, but through the joint stock financing of free investors who expected, and generally received, a healthy commercial return on the land they had conjured out of a lake, the revolt that made the merchants sovereign. It is worth pausing, before we follow any Dutch ship out of any Dutch harbour, on the specific and genuinely violent political rupture that turned this waterlogged province of merchants and dike builders into an independent state at all. Because the wealth this story is about to describe did not simply accumulate inside some ancient settled kingdom. It was built deliberately and under sustained mortal threat by a breakaway republic that had to invent its own legitimacy from nothing while fighting, for the better part of 80 years, one of the most powerful empires the world had yet seen. The Low Countries, in the middle of the 16th century, belonged, by the ordinary tangled inheritance of European dynastic marriage, to the Habsburg crown of Spain, ruled directly, for most of the century's middle decades, by Philip II, the same meticulous, paper-bound, chronically indebted monarch, this channel has already told you governed an empire on which the sun never set from a desk in the Escorial, 2 years behind events by candlelight. Philip's own government in the Low Countries pursued, across the 1560s, a policy of religious and fiscal centralisation that alarmed the region's own nobility, merchants, and increasingly Protestant population in roughly equal measure, tightening the Spanish Inquisition's reach into a territory that had, by this point, absorbed a genuinely substantial Calvinist minority and imposing taxes, most notoriously a proposed 10th penny levy on the sale of goods, that struck directly at the region's own commercial lifeblood, and it is worth naming specifically the man Philip sent to enforce all of this, the Duke of Alba, whose own so-called Council of Troubles, nicknamed by the population it terrorised the Council of Blood, executed by the most careful modern counts upward of 1,000 people across the opening years of the revolt, a campaign of deliberate terror that succeeded, as such campaigns very often do, in producing exactly the unified and radicalised resistance it had been designed to prevent. It is worth naming the man who became the reluctant, patient, and eventually martyred figurehead of that resistance. William, Prince of Orange, a nobleman of German birth and originally Catholic upbringing, who had served for years inside Philip's own court and administration before breaking with Spanish policy. A man history would come to call William the Silent, not, as the old legend sometimes has it, because he was quiet by temperament, for his own surviving correspondence shows a man of considerable political voice, but because of a specific and much repeated anecdote in which he held his own tongue rather than reveal, to a French king who assumed him already informed, a secret conspiracy against the Protestants of the Netherlands he had just been let in on by accident, a discretion that arguably saved his own life, and that certainly shaped his own later reputation for careful, unshowy calculation. William's own war against Spain, beginning in earnest in the late 1560s and grinding on, with catastrophic reverses and genuinely improbable recoveries in roughly equal measure for 8 full decades, a conflict later generations would simply call the 80 Years' War, was fought by a coalition of the northern provinces that was, from its very first years, less a unified nation than a defensive league of deeply particular, deeply jealous local governments, each of the 7 northern provinces retaining, under the eventual Union of Utrecht signed in 1579, its own sovereignty, its own assembly, its own laws, bound together only for matters of common defence and foreign policy, under a loose, weak, endlessly quarrelsome federal body called the States General, a structure of government so decentralised, so allergic to any single concentration of power, that visiting foreign diplomats spent the better part of 2 centuries complaining, with real and understandable frustration, that they could never quite work out who in the Dutch Republic was actually in charge of anything. A complaint that, as we will see again and again across this whole story, was not a flaw in the machine so much as the machine's own deepest and most productive feature. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely strange military and hydraulic tactic that saved the rebellion at one of its earliest and most desperate hours, because it returns us directly to the dikes we have already spent so long describing, and shows, as plainly as any single episode in this story can, just how completely the Dutch relationship with water had already become a matter of life and death, rather than mere agricultural convenience. In 1574, a Spanish army had besieged the rebel city of Leiden for months, starving its population towards surrender in conditions later chroniclers describe in genuinely harrowing detail. Dogs and cats and boiled leather eaten by a population reduced to skeletal desperation, and the rebel leadership, unable to relieve the city by any conventional means, made the extraordinary decision to deliberately breach the very dikes their own ancestors had spent centuries building, flooding the surrounding countryside on purpose. sacrificing farmland the rebellion could ill afford to lose in order to float a fleet of flat-bottom relief boats, manned by a ragged militia nicknamed the Sea Beggars, directly across the newly created inland sea to the city's own walls, an operation delayed for agonizing weeks by contrary winds and by water that at first proved too shallow, until, in the first days of October, the wind finally turned, the water rose, and the relief fleet sailed in across fields that had been growing grain a season earlier, breaking the siege and saving the city in the very last days, before its own surrender would otherwise have become unavoidable, a rescue the city of Leiden commemorated once the crisis had passed, not with a monument of stone alone, but with the foundation, the following year, of a university, a gift from a grateful stadtholder that would, within a century, make Leiden one of the most respected centres of learning in the whole of Protestant Europe. A detail worth holding on to, because it's an early and genuinely vivid example of a pattern this entire story will keep returning to: a Dutch community, having survived a catastrophe by turning its own relationship with water inside out, investing the relief of that catastrophe directly into an institution built to outlast it. It is worth pausing too on how genuinely improbable the rebellion's eventual survival actually was, because it would be easy, looking backward from the wealth this story is about to describe, to imagine the Dutch Republic's independence as inevitable, and it plainly was not. Spain remained for decades the most powerful and best-financed military machine in Europe, its own army of Flanders among the finest professional forces the continent had ever fielded, and the rebel provinces, for long stretches of the war, held on by the narrowest of margins, saved as much by Spain's own chronic and repeated bankruptcies. This channel has already told you, on another night, how thoroughly Philip's own treasury collapsed beneath the weight of his father's borrowing and his own, as by any particular rebel genius, the Spanish crown defaulting on its debts in 1557, again in 1575, and again in 1596, each collapse forcing Spanish commanders to halt campaigns for want of pay, their own unpaid troops sometimes mutinying and sacking the very cities they had been sent to hold, most catastrophically at Antwerp in 1576, an atrocity remembered ever after as the Spanish Fury, in which mutinous, unpaid Spanish soldiers massacred thousands of the city's own civilians and burned a substantial portion of what had, until that single week, been the wealthiest commercial city in Northern Europe, an event whose consequences for our own story are almost impossible to overstate, because it is the single hinge on which the entire wealth this night is going to describe actually turns. The city that fled north. It is worth naming with real care exactly what happened to Antwerp in the years that followed its own sack, because the fall of one city and the rise of another, joined together across barely a single decade, form the actual literal transfer of fortune at the root of everything this story is about to become. Antwerp, before its own catastrophe, had been, for the better part of the 16th century, the commercial capital of Northern Europe, a city of extraordinary wealth built on the Portuguese spice trade, the German silver and copper trade, and the English cloth trade. Its own bourse opened in 1531 with an inscription over its own door declaring it built for the use of merchants of every nation and every tongue, widely regarded as the most sophisticated financial marketplace on the continent. And Antwerp's own final catastrophe came not from the Spanish Fury alone, but from the long siege the city endured a decade later, in 1584 and 85, under the Spanish general Alexander Farnese. A siege that ended in the city's own recapture for the Spanish crown, and, crucially, in the closure of the river Scheldt, the waterway on which Antwerp's own entire commercial life depended, a closure the rebel provinces to the north imposed and would maintain, deliberately and with real strategic malice, for the following 2 centuries, strangling their own former rivals' access to the sea long after the immediate war had ended. It is worth naming what actually happened to Antwerp's own merchants, bankers, and skilled craftsmen in the years around that siege, because it is the single most consequential migration in this entire story. Somewhere between 1/3 and 1/2 of Antwerp's own population, by the most careful modern estimates something on the order of 30 to 40,000 people, fled the city in the years surrounding its fall, the great majority of them Protestants unwilling to live again under Spanish Catholic rule, and the great majority of those refugees settled as the most obvious and most welcoming destination available in the rebel cities of the north, and above all in a smaller, muddier, considerably less glamorous port at the mouth of the river Amstel that had, until that decade, been a genuinely secondary trading town by the standards of the wider region, a town called Amsterdam. It is worth pausing on the sheer economic weight of what those refugees actually carried north with them, because it was not, for the most part, physical treasure at all, but something considerably harder to replace and considerably more valuable in the long run. Capital in the form of credit relationships spanning half of Europe, expert knowledge of international trade routes and commodity markets built up across generations, and, in a great many cases, the specific technical skills in printing, in cloth finishing, in diamond cutting, in sugar refining, that had made Antwerp's own economy so sophisticated in the first place. Amsterdam's own population, by several careful modern demographic reconstructions, roughly tripled between the 1580s and the 1620s, swollen not only by Antwerp's own refugees, but by a wider and genuinely remarkable wave of religious and economic migration from across Protestant and persecuted Europe. And it is worth naming, specifically and by name, one further group whose arrival would matter enormously to the later chapters of this story: the Sephardic Jewish merchants and their families who had fled across the same decades, the Inquisitions of Spain and Portugal, many of them arriving in Amsterdam by way of Antwerp itself or directly from the Iberian Peninsula, bringing with them, alongside considerable mercantile capital, deep and pre-existing trading connections across the Mediterranean, the Levant and the Portuguese Atlantic world that Amsterdam's own native merchants simply did not possess, and a religious community that the young Dutch Republic, alone among the major powers of Europe at that hour, permitted to worship, however cautiously and with however many informal restrictions still attached, in relative and genuinely unusual open safety. It is worth pausing specifically on one building this community eventually raised, because it tells the story of Amsterdam's own toleration, both its own real generosity and its own real limits, better than any summary could manage on its own. In 1675, after 2 generations of steadily accumulating prosperity trading in sugar, tobacco and diamonds, Amsterdam's own Sephardic community completed the Portuguese synagogue on the city's own Nieuwe Amstel Canal, a vast brick building modelled, by the community's own explicit intention, on the ancient Temple of Jerusalem as contemporary scholars of the age imagined it. Its own interior still lit today, on ceremonial occasions, by more than 1,000 candles burning in brass chandeliers rather than any modern electric fixture, and the building's own sheer scale and confidence, raised in open daylight in the middle of a major European city at a time when Jewish communities, almost everywhere else on the continent, remained confined behind ghetto walls and forbidden from building any synagogue taller than a neighbouring church, stands as genuinely vivid physical proof of exactly how real Amsterdam's own toleration actually was, real enough to permit a building so magnificent, and it stands in the very same stones as proof of exactly how limited that toleration remained, since the same community that could build so openly was excluded throughout this whole period from full citizenship, from membership in most of the city's own guilds, and from any formal political voice in the government of the very city whose own wealth its own capital had helped to build. It is worth pausing here on the specific and genuinely important argument several serious modern economic historians have made about exactly why this refugee influx mattered so much, because it is easy to tell this part of the story as simple romantic sentiment, the persecuted finding a haven, and miss the harder-edged economic logic underneath the sentiment, which the Dutch Republic's own leading merchants understood with real clarity even at the time. Toleration in the Amsterdam of this period was rarely advertised, and was never total, since the public practice of Catholicism remained formally restricted, and dissenting Protestant sects faced their own real frictions with the dominant Calvinist Church. But toleration was, in the plainest and most unsentimental commercial terms, profitable, because a city that would not ask too many questions about a merchant's private conscience, so long as his bills of exchange cleared and his warehouse paid its taxes, could draw capital and expertise that cities enforcing strict religious uniformity necessarily turned away, and Amsterdam's own regents, the wealthy merchant oligarchs who actually ran the city's government, understood this arithmetic well enough that they resisted, again and again across the following century, pressure from the Republic's own more zealous Calvinist clergy to tighten restrictions on Jews, Catholics, Mennonites, and Lutherans alike, not chiefly out of any grand Enlightenment principle, since the full Enlightenment lay still a century in the future, but because every dissenting merchant driven out of Amsterdam was a merchant, and his capital, and his trading connections, that some rival port, Hamburg or London or Antwerp itself, would be only too glad to receive instead. It is worth holding this whole picture beside the polder we began this story with, because the logic is, at bottom, the same logic. A country that had learned, through 100 years of shared dikes, that survival depended on cooperating with neighbours you had no particular love for, applied that same hard, practical, unsentimental cooperation to religion and to capital, and the result, however imperfect and however frequently violated in practice, was a city that became, for the better part of a century, the one genuinely safe harbour for capital and talent, fleeing every religious catastrophe the rest of Europe could produce. The Downs, and a peace no one expected to last. It is worth pausing, before this story leaves the war behind and turns toward the counting house, on the specific final decades of the 80 Years' War, because the Republic's own eventual and formal independence, the legal foundation without which nothing else in this story could safely have been built, was not secured by the founding of any company or the digging of any canal, but by 2 more decades of hard fighting, and it deserves its own proper close before the rest of tonight's story can move on. By the 1630s, the war had settled into a grinding, exhausted stalemate along a heavily fortified frontier, punctuated by sieges of individual fortress towns that could consume an entire campaigning season for the gain of a few miles of ground, and it was at sea, rather than on that frontier, that the war's own decisive final blow was finally struck. In October of 1639, a large Spanish fleet, assembled at real and ruinous cost to carry troops and treasure to reinforce Spain's own faltering war effort in the Low Countries, was intercepted in the English Channel by a Dutch fleet under the Admiral Martin Tromp, who shadowed the larger Spanish force for days, husbanding his own gunpowder and waiting, with a patience his own captains found difficult to share, for the wind and the position to turn fully in his favour, and when the Spanish fleet finally took shelter in the neutral English anchorage of the Downs off the Kentish coast, Tromp brought up reinforcements, and on the last day of October attacked it at anchor in defiance of English neutrality, destroying or capturing the great majority of the Spanish ships in a single overwhelming action that effectively ended Spain's own capacity to contest naval supremacy in northern European waters for a generation. A battle Dutch schoolchildren would be taught to recite for the following 3 centuries, and that modern naval historians still regard as one of the more complete tactical destructions of a major fleet in the whole age of sail. It is worth naming, too, the specific and formal ending the war eventually reached, because it arrived not with any single further battle, but with a negotiated settlement whose own careful legal language would matter enormously to everything that followed. In 1648, as part of the wider general settlement known as the Peace of Westphalia, that closed both the 80 Years' War and the much larger and much bloodier 30 Years' War convulsing the German lands, Spain formally recognised in the Treaty of Münster the full and permanent independence of the Republic of the Seven United Netherlands, a recognition that arrived, worth noting, 80 years almost to the very decade after the opening skirmishes of the revolt, and that settled, once and for all, the legal status the Republic's own merchants and financiers had, in practice, been trading and building under for decades already, since Amsterdam's own bank and exchange had never waited for any king's blessing to begin doing business. It is worth pausing briefly on how the peace was received at home, because the Republic's own reaction was characteristically not universal celebration but genuine internal division. The province of Holland and its own dominant merchant class, eager to end a war that had grown expensive and commercially disruptive, pushing hard for peace, while the House of Orange and its own military supporters, and the more militantly Calvinist provinces, argued that peace abandoned the Republic's own Protestant allies, still fighting elsewhere, and squandered a military advantage decades of sacrifice had purchased. A disagreement that previewed in miniature very nearly every argument the stadtholders and the regents of Holland would go on having with each other for the following century and a half. But the peace held, Spain's own attention and treasury turning elsewhere, and the Republic that had spent 80 years fighting simply to exist, now turned the whole of its own considerable energy toward the one project that this long night has really been about all along, which was getting extraordinarily, improbably rich. The fish that came before the fleet. It is worth pausing before this story follows a single Dutch ship out past the Cape of Good Hope, on the far humbler trade that actually built the fortune the spice trade would later spend, because the popular version of this story likes to begin with nutmeg and pepper, and the popular version is, in this one particular, simply wrong, or at least badly out of order, because the industry Dutch writers of the age themselves called the moeder negotie, the mother trade, the one that generated the ships, the sailors, the capital, and the commercial habits that everything else in this story would be built upon, was neither exotic nor especially glamorous, and it was, of all things, a fish. Herring, the small, oily, prolific fish that swarmed the North Sea in vast seasonal shoals, had been caught and traded around the coasts of northern Europe for centuries before the Dutch Republic existed in any form. But it was a specific, well-documented technical improvement, traditionally credited in a legend that modern historians treat with the same careful scepticism this channel applies to most such legends, to a 14th century fisherman from the town of Bervlet named Willem Boykelzoon, who is said to have perfected a method of gutting a herring with a single quick cut and packing it immediately in barrels with salt, a method called jibbing that allowed the fish to be preserved at sea, fresh off the net for months rather than days, that turned an ordinary regional fishery into the foundation of an entire national economy. It is worth pausing on why that single technical refinement mattered so enormously, because it explains a genuinely important structural truth about the whole Dutch economic system this story is going to describe. A herring gutted and barrelled at sea within hours of being caught kept its quality far longer and travelled far further than a herring landed raw and processed on shore days later, and this meant that Dutch fishing vessels, the specially designed herring buses that came to dominate the North Sea fishery from the 15th century onward, broad-beamed, slow, unglamorous ships built for holding capacity rather than for speed, could follow the herring shoals for weeks at a stretch, processing their catch continuously aboard specially organised crews, and return to port with a cargo cured and ready for sale or export rather than a cargo that needed to be rushed immediately to a local market before it spoiled. And this single logistical advantage let the Dutch herring fleet outcompete every rival fishery in Northern Europe, English, Scottish, and Scandinavian alike, on price, on reliability, and on reach, so that by the 16th century salted Dutch herring was being shipped in genuinely enormous quantities, not merely around the North Sea but deep into the Baltic, up the Rhine into Germany, and south along the Atlantic coast into Catholic Europe, where the Church's own extensive calendar of meatless fast days, more than 100 days in an ordinary year by some contemporary reckonings, created a captive and continuous market for cheap, preserved, transportable fish that the Dutch fleet was, for the better part of 2 centuries, better positioned than any competitor on Earth to supply. It is worth naming the scale this fishery eventually reached, because the numbers, by the standards of a pre-industrial economy, are genuinely startling. Contemporary estimates from the industry's own 17th century peak describe a herring fleet numbering in the many hundreds of buses, crewed by tens of thousands of fishermen and the far larger number of coopers, net makers, salt merchants, gutters, packers, and ship's chandlers whose own livelihoods depended on the fleet's continued operation, an entire secondary economy of shore-based trade sustained by a single fish, and a contemporary Dutch saying, repeated in variant forms across the century, held that Amsterdam itself was built on herring bones, a claim exaggerated certainly, but exaggerated in the direction of a real and important truth, because the herring trade generated, across generations, precisely the accumulated commercial capital, the trained maritime workforce, the shipbuilding expertise, and the dense web of merchant credit relationships that the far more famous and far more distant Asian trade would, within a few decades, need to draw on in order to exist at all. A country does not simply decide one morning to send ships around the coast of Africa to the far side of the world. It needs first hundreds of experienced captains who already know how to navigate difficult northern waters, thousands of sailors already accustomed to months at sea in cramped and dangerous conditions, shipyards already skilled at building large wooden vessels quickly and cheaply, and merchants already comfortable extending credit against a cargo that would not return for a year or more, and the herring fishery quietly, unglamorously, barrel by salted barrel, had already built every one of those things before a single Dutch ship had ever rounded the Cape of Good Hope. It is worth naming specifically the handful of small towns around the shore of the old Zuiderzee, the shallow inland sea north of Amsterdam that has since been largely reclaimed and renamed the IJsselmeer, that actually built and crewed the herring fleet, because the trade's own wealth did not concentrate solely in Amsterdam but spread, in a pattern this whole night has already described in other contexts, across a whole constellation of specialised ports. Enkhuizen, at the trade's own 17th century peak, may have been home to a genuinely enormous share of the entire national herring fleet, its own harbour, by contemporary description, so thick with the masts of returning buses that a visitor could reportedly cross from one side of the harbour to the other by stepping from deck to deck without once touching water. Hoorn, a little to its south, grew rich enough on the same trade, and on the wider Baltic and colonial commerce that followed it, to give its own name by way of one of its own most famous sons, the navigator Willem Schouten, to the southernmost tip of South America, Cape Horn, named by Schouten in 1616, in honour of his own home port during a voyage seeking a new route around the bottom of the continent that would let Dutch traders bypass a Spanish-controlled strait entirely, and Vlaardingen, on the River Maas near what would later become Rotterdam, remained across the following 3 centuries so thoroughly identified with the herring trade that the town continues, to the present day, to host an annual festival celebrating the arrival of the season's first barrel of new herring, a direct and still living civic descendant of celebrations the town's own fishing families would have held, in some recognisable form, 400 years before any of tonight's listeners were born. It is worth pausing too on the specific ceremony that opened each new fishing season, because it captures, in a single vivid civic ritual, exactly how central this one fish actually was to the Republic's own sense of itself. The opening of the herring season, fixed by law and by long custom to a specific date each year, generally in the last days of May or the first days of June, was marked in the fishing towns of Holland by the blessing of the departing fleet, church services, and a genuine civic festival, and the very first barrel of the new season's catch, cured and landed in the shortest possible time by whichever ship's crew managed to win the informal but fiercely contested race back to port, was traditionally presented with real ceremony to the reigning stadtholder or, in periods when no stadtholder held office, to the leading magistrates of the province, a single barrel of salted fish, treated with a formality that a visiting foreign ambassador might have expected reserved for a diplomatic gift of considerably greater apparent value, a small but genuine window into a society that had learned, long before it ever chartered a company or founded a bank, to take its own most humble trade with real and unembarrassed seriousness. The other half of the mother trade. It is worth naming, alongside the herring, the second and in strict tonnage terms considerably larger pillar of this same foundational trade, because it receives even less attention in the popular imagination than the fish does, and it deserves better, since without it the whole later structure of Dutch commercial power would have had no keel to stand on at all. The Baltic grain trade, the lands around the Baltic Sea, above all Poland and the eastern German territories, produced, across the 16th and 17th centuries, an enormous and reliable agricultural surplus, rye chiefly, grown on the great noble estates of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and shipped west and south through Baltic ports, above all Danzig, to feed the cities of a Western Europe that was, across these same centuries, urbanizing faster than its own local agriculture could easily support. And the Dutch, from the middle of the 16th century onward, made themselves, with a thoroughness no rival power ever matched, the indispensable middlemen of that entire exchange, sailing east each year in enormous fleets, sometimes numbering many hundreds of vessels in a single season, to buy grain in the Baltic ports with the proceeds of goods carried east, salt, herring, cloth, wine and colonial produce as the century wore on, and carrying that grain back west to sell in the deficit regions of France, Spain, Portugal and Italy. A two-way traffic contemporaries came to call, with real justice, the moede negotié, the mother trade, the commerce from which, in the words of Dutch writers of the age themselves, all their country's other trades were said to be born. It is worth pausing on why this particular trade mattered so much more than its own unglamorous cargo. Sacks of grain, barrels of fish would suggest, because the Baltic trade taught the Dutch merchant community something the spice trade never could have taught on its own: how to manage risk, storage and price fluctuation across an entire continental market, rather than merely how to bring home one exotic and highly profitable cargo. Grain prices swung wildly from year to year depending on the harvest, and a merchant fleet built around the grain trade needed warehouses to hold surplus stock against a lean year, credit instruments sophisticated enough to finance purchases months before any sale, and a genuinely deep understanding of price differentials across dozens of separate markets, stretching from Danzig to Lisbon. And it was this same infrastructure, the warehouses, the credit networks, the price intelligence gathered through hundreds of resident factors and correspondents stationed in every port that mattered, that would, within a generation, be repurposed, almost without modification, for pepper, for cloth, and eventually for every other commodity that passed through Amsterdam's own harbour. It is worth naming, too, the specific strategic value the grain trade gave the young Dutch Republic during its own War of Independence, because Spain's own government understood the trade's importance well enough to try to weaponize it, imposing embargoes on Dutch shipping into Iberian ports across several stretches of the war in the hope of starving the rebellion of revenue. Embargoes that succeeded, if anything, only in teaching Dutch merchants to diversify their own markets and to develop out of sheer commercial necessity precisely the kind of resilient, far-flung, redundant trading network that would make the later Asian and Atlantic trades so much easier to build, a nation that had learned, from a war fought over grain and salt and fish, exactly how to survive an embargo, which turned out to be superb preparation for a nation about to spend the following century breaking everyone else's monopolies. The wagon of the sea. It is worth pausing now on the single piece of engineering that let all of this trade, herring and grain alike, scale into something no rival economy in Europe could match, because it is, in its own quiet way, as consequential an invention as anything this story has described so far, and it deserves its own moment before we move on to spices and companies and stock exchanges. Sometime in the last 2 decades of the 16th century, shipbuilders in the town of Hoorn, in the province of North Holland, developed a new hull design, the Vloot, or flute ship, built specifically and single-mindedly for one purpose, the cheap and efficient carrying of bulk cargo, and stripped, in pursuit of that single purpose, of nearly everything a warship or a fighting merchantman of the age would have considered essential. The Vloot carried few or no guns, since it was designed to run in convoy or under naval escort rather than to fight its own way through danger. Its hull was built with a narrow deck that, under the tax regimes of several European ports which levied harbour and toll dues according to deck measurement rather than total cargo capacity, allowed a Vloot to carry a genuinely enormous hold of goods while paying duties assessed on a comparatively modest upper deck. A piece of regulatory arbitrage Dutch shipbuilders exploited with real and unembarrassed thoroughness, and its rigging was simplified and mechanised wherever ingenuity allowed, block and tackle systems reducing the number of hands needed to manage the sails, so that a Vloot could be crewed by a fraction of the sailors a comparable English or French merchant vessel required, sometimes as few as 10 men where a rival ship of similar cargo capacity might need 20 or 30. It is worth doing the plain arithmetic of what that combination actually meant, because the numbers explain, more clearly than any amount of romantic language about Dutch seafaring genius could, why Dutch shipping so thoroughly outcompeted its rivals across the whole of the 17th century. A Vloot was cheaper to build, since its design was standardised, and its construction could be organised along something close to an early production line in the great shipyards of the Zaan region north of Amsterdam, which by the middle of the 17th century were producing ships at a rate and at a cost no other shipbuilding region in Europe could approach. A Vloot was cheaper to crew, for the reasons already given, and a Vloot was cheaper to insure and to operate, because its unarmed bulk cargo design meant lower capital tied up in guns and gun crews that earned no return in peacetime. The consequence of all this, across the middle decades of the 17th century, was a genuinely startling concentration of the world's carrying trade into Dutch hands. Contemporary and modern estimates alike suggest that by the 1660s the Dutch Republic's own merchant fleet, in raw tonnage, may have equalled, or by some estimates exceeded, the combined merchant fleets of England, France, Spain, Portugal and the German states put together, a single small republic on the edge of Europe operating by some counts close to half of the entire continent's own seaborne carrying capacity, so that Dutch ships came to carry not merely Dutch goods, but a very substantial share of everybody else's trade as well. French wine, Norwegian timber, Spanish wool, Portuguese salt, hauled from port to port by Dutch skippers who took their profit not from owning the cargo, but simply from moving it cheaper and more reliably than anyone else could manage. A role contemporaries, with a certain wry national pride the Dutch themselves were happy to repeat, came to call being the wagon of the sea, or, less flatteringly, but just as accurately, in the mouths of resentful rivals in London and Paris, the common carrier of Europe, colder seas and another kind of oil. It is worth pausing, before this story follows Dutch money into the bank and the exchange, on one further trade this account has not yet named, because it belongs beside the herring and the grain as a third pillar of the mother trade, and it took the Republic's own fishermen and merchants somewhere considerably colder and considerably stranger than either the Baltic or the North Sea. In the opening years of the 17th century, English and Dutch expeditions searching, as so many expeditions of the age were, for a northern passage to the riches of Asia, stumbled instead onto the island of Spitsbergen, deep in the Arctic waters north of Norway, and found its surrounding seas thick with bowhead whales, enormous, slow-moving, and crucially for the hunters who found them, rich in a thick layer of blubber that could be rendered down into train oil, a commodity that burned cleanly in lamps, softened and finished woolen cloth, and, before mineral oils existed to replace it, lit a very considerable share of the lamps, and greased a very considerable share of the machinery of early modern Europe. The States General, recognising the same commercial opportunity it had already recognised in the East Indies, chartered, in 1614, a Noordsche Compagnie, a northern company, granting a group of Amsterdam merchants a temporary monopoly over the new Arctic whale fishery and Dutch whaling ships, crewed by men who endured a working season considerably shorter but scarcely less dangerous than any Indies voyage, months spent among pack ice and fog in small open boats, hunting animals many times the size of the boats that pursued them, began returning each autumn with holds full of blubber and baleen, the flexible plastic-like whalebone that fashionable Europe wanted for corsets, hoops and buggy whips, in quantities that never seemed to slacken. It is worth naming the specific and genuinely strange settlement this trade produced on Spitsbergen's own barren coast, a seasonal processing town called Smeerenburg, Blubber Town, whose own name tells you plainly enough what happened there, a cluster of rendering ovens, quaprages and temporary barracks thrown up each spring and abandoned each autumn, where whale carcasses towed in from the surrounding bays were flensed and boiled down on an industrial scale that visiting sailors described in surviving accounts as producing a stench that could apparently be smelled from a considerable distance out at sea, a detail that sits, with a certain grim humour, alongside the sailor's legend. This story has already told you about the perfumed groves of the Banda Islands supposedly smelled from far offshore too. Two very different Dutch trades, at opposite ends of the earth, both advertised, in maritime folklore at least, by their own distinctive smell. It's worth pausing too on how completely the Dutch whaling fleet came, within a few decades, to dominate this trade, Dutch ships eventually accounting for a substantial majority of all whaling activity in the waters around Spitsbergen, and as the shore-based rendering stations gradually gave way across the century to processing done directly aboard ship, ranging further into the surrounding Arctic seas in pursuit of a bowhead population that inevitably, and by the plain unforgiving arithmetic that has governed nearly every resource this whole story has described, grew scarcer with each decade of sustained hunting, so that the Dutch Arctic fishery, having built itself into one of the largest and most profitable specialised industries of the entire Golden Age, spent the final decades of the 17th century and the whole of the 18th in a long, slow decline as the whales themselves grew harder to find, a trade whose own rise and fall in miniature previews the far larger rise and fall this whole night is telling. It is worth naming specifically the district where the great bulk of this shipbuilding actually happened, because it is a genuinely remarkable piece of pre-industrial industrial geography in its own right. The Zeeën region, a modest stretch of land just north of Amsterdam along the river Zaan, became, across the 17th century, the single densest concentration of wind-powered industry anywhere on Earth, its own flat, marshy, otherwise unremarkable landscape crowded, by the century's peak, with what contemporary counts place at several hundred windmills, far more than serve the region's own drainage needs alone. The great majority of them purpose-built industrial mills, sawmills chief among them, that used wind power to cut timber. Much of it floated down the Rhine from German forests or shipped in from Scandinavia, into planking at a speed and a cost no shipyard, relying on hand sawing alone, could possibly match, so that the Zahn's own shipwrights could turn out a finished fleet in a fraction of the time, and for a fraction of the cost, that an English or French yard, still cutting its own timber by hand, required for a comparable vessel a single specific and unglamorous piece of mechanical advantage, wind-sawn planking, that let the whole region function in effect as the assembly line of the Dutch merchant fleet, and that made the Zaan, by some contemporary estimates, capable of producing new ships at a rate several times that of any rival shipbuilding centre anywhere in Europe. The bank that made money trustworthy. It is worth pausing now on a piece of civic machinery considerably less romantic than a ship, but arguably more consequential still, because it is the specific institution that turned Amsterdam, within a single generation of its own founding, from merely a very busy port into the actual financial capital of the known world. And it began, characteristically for this whole story, not with a grand vision, but with an irritating and very practical problem. The Amsterdam of the early 1600s conducted its trade using an almost incomprehensible chaos of competing coinages, foreign silver and gold pieces from a dozen different mints circulating alongside domestic Dutch coin, much of it clipped, debased, or simply counterfeit, so that merchants attempting to settle even an ordinary transaction faced constant uncertainty over what exactly they were being paid in and what it was actually worth, a friction that, multiplied across the thousands of transactions a booming commercial city generated every single day, cost the city's own merchant community real and measurable money in the form of disputes, discounts, and outright fraud. The city's own government in 1609 addressed this problem by founding the Amsterdam Wisselbank, the exchange bank, an institution owned and guaranteed by the city itself, at which merchants could deposit coin of any origin and receive, in exchange, a credit denominated in a single stable, notional unit of account, the bank guilder, a credit that existed only as an entry in the bank's own ledgers, that could be transferred from one merchant's account to another simply by a written order without either parties ever having to touch a physical coin at all, and that the city government guaranteed, with its own considerable civic credit, to hold its value with a reliability no ordinary coin in circulation anywhere in Europe could match. It is worth pausing on how quickly and how completely this single institution reshaped Amsterdam's own commercial life, because the effect was not merely convenience, though the convenience alone was considerable, but something closer to the manufacture of trust itself as a tradable commodity. Within a few years of the Wisselbank's founding, the city government required that all large bills of exchange drawn on Amsterdam, the paper instruments through which the great bulk of international trade was actually settled, be paid through the bank rather than in cash, a regulation that forced the city's entire merchant community, domestic and foreign alike, into the bank's own ledgers and the bank guilder, backed by nothing more mystical than the city of Amsterdam's own scrupulously maintained reputation for honesty and solvency, came to trade for the better part of a century at a small but real and consistent premium over the actual coined silver a merchant could exchange it for, a premium called the agio, which fluctuated from week to week and was published, quoted, and watched across the whole of European finance as a kind of running scorecard of Amsterdam's own credibility, a phenomenon that meant, in the plainest possible terms, that a promise made in Amsterdam was, for the better part of 100 years, worth more than the same promise made almost anywhere else on earth, and merchants and rulers alike, from Hamburg to Genoa to the courts of German princes, chose to keep their own reserves, settle their own international debts, and conduct their own major transactions through Amsterdam's own bank, not because any law compelled them to, but because nowhere else could a man be quite so confident his money would still be there, and still be worth what it said it was worth when he came back to collect it. It is worth naming, too, the second great financial institution the city built in these same decades, standing quite literally beside the Whistlebank in the city's own commercial geography, because together the two form the actual mechanical heart of everything this story is about to describe. The Amsterdam Beurs, the exchange building itself, opened in 1611 on the Rockin, a purpose-built structure, one of the very first in Europe raised for the single explicit purpose of housing organised commercial trading, where merchants gathered each day at fixed hours under a system of designated pillars and courtyards assigned by trade and by commodity. Wine merchants in one corner, grain merchants in another, to buy and sell not merely physical goods, but, increasingly and with growing sophistication across the century, financial instruments themselves, bills of exchange, insurance contracts, commodity futures, and, before very long, shares in the great trading companies this story is about to introduce. It is worth pausing on how genuinely novel this whole apparatus was, because Europe had certainly seen fairs and markets before, but the Amsterdam Beurs, combined with the Whistlebank standing beside it, created something closer to a continuous, year-round, professionally organised marketplace for capital itself. A place where a merchant in need of money to finance a voyage could find, on any ordinary business day, a counterparty willing to lend it, insure it, or invest in it at a price set not by custom or by a single lord's decree, but by the daily, competitive, endlessly recalculating pressure of supply and demand. And it is this machinery, this bank and this exchange working together, considerably more than any single spice or any single conquest, that made Amsterdam, for the better part of a century, the place the whole of Europe went when it needed money to move, the company built like a state. It is worth pausing, now that the machinery of Dutch finance stands built and ready, on the specific enterprise that first put that machinery to truly spectacular use. And it is worth being honest, in the both-handed way this channel tries always to be, that this part of the Dutch story shares real ground with a story this channel has already told on another night about the rival English company that grew up beside it. We will not linger here on every turn of that shared history, since it has had its own long night already, but the founding of the Dutch enterprise deserves its own telling, because it was, from its very first charter, built on a scale and with a set of powers its English rival would take generations to approach. In the closing years of the 1590s, following the return of the first tentative Dutch trading expeditions to the East Indies, expeditions that proved, at real cost in ships and lives, that the voyage around the Cape of Good Hope was possible for Dutch as well as Portuguese sailors, half a dozen separate and fiercely competing trading companies sprang up in port cities across the Republic, each fitting out its own fleets, each bidding against the others in the spice markets of the Indies, and driving up the price it paid there, and each undercutting the others in the markets of Amsterdam, and driving down the price it received here, a pattern of ruinous internal competition, the Republic's own political leadership, chief among them the statesman Johan van Oldenbarnevelt, recognised as a genuine threat to the whole enterprise's long-term profitability, and in the spring of 1602, under sustained government pressure, the competing companies were merged by charter of the States General into a single unified organisation, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, the United East India Company, universally known by its Dutch initials, the VOC, it is worth naming plainly exactly what powers that founding charter actually granted, because the list reads less like a business license and more like a delegation of sovereignty itself. The VOC received, for a renewable term of 21 years, and for the whole of the vast territory east of the Cape of Good Hope and west of the Strait of Magellan, an area encompassing, in practical terms, the entire Indian Ocean and Southeast Asian world, the exclusive right of all Dutch subjects to trade, and, layered on top of that trading monopoly, the sovereign rights to build fortresses, to maintain standing armies and fleets, to wage war and negotiate peace with local rulers, to establish colonies, to administer justice, and to coin its own money. Powers that made the company, in every meaningful operational sense, a state unto itself, answerable to its own investors and only loosely, and often reluctantly, to the government that had chartered it. It is worth naming, too, the sheer scale of capital the company's founding subscription raised. Some 6.5 million guilders pledged by more than 1,800 separate investors in the space of a few weeks, a sum that dwarfed the roughly £70,000 the rival English company had managed to scrape together barely 2 years earlier. And it is worth pausing on the genuinely novel financial structure this capital was raised under, because unlike the English company's early practice of financing each individual voyage separately and dissolving the resulting partnership once the ships returned, the VOC's charter locked its investors' capital into the company on a permanent basis, so that a shareholder who wanted his money back could not simply demand it be returned, but had instead to find a buyer willing to purchase his shares from him directly. And it was this single structural choice, permanent capital requiring a liquid secondary market to make it bearable, that turned the courtyard of the Amsterdam Beurs into the site of the world's first true, continuous organised stock market, with share prices in the VOC quoted, debated and speculated upon almost from the company's very first years, rising and falling with news of returning fleets, rumours of war in the Indies, and the ordinary tidal pull of greed and fear that has governed every stock market built on this same template ever since. It is worth pausing, briefly, on how completely this new instrument reshaped the financial imagination of the city that had invented it, because within its very first decade the VOC's shares had already produced most of the phenomena a modern reader would recognise instantly from any account of a modern market. A disgruntled former director named Isaac Lemaire, cut out of the company's own management, organised what appears to be the first documented campaign of coordinated short selling in financial history, agreeing with a syndicate of partners to sell VOC shares they did not yet own, in the expectation of buying them back cheaper later, a manoeuvre that alarmed the company's own directors and the city's own regents enough that the States of Holland issued in 1610 one of the earliest regulations anywhere in the world, specifically targeting abusive trading in company shares. And it is worth naming, alongside Lemaire's scheme, the ordinary daily texture of the Beur itself, described by visitors of the age as a scene of genuinely startling noise and motion, hundreds of merchants gathered in a single open courtyard for exactly the 2 hours set aside each day for trading, moving from pillar to pillar, quoting prices, striking bargains with a handshake that carried, by the custom of the exchange, the same binding force as any written contract. A marketplace whose daily rhythms, price sheets, and speculative excesses would be recognisable, in their basic shape if not their scale, to anyone who has ever watched a modern trading floor, and it is a fair claim, made by a great many serious economic historians, that nearly every subsequent stock exchange in the world, from London's own to New York's own, descends, whether by direct institutional inheritance or simply by faithful imitation, from the specific courtyard on the Rokin, where Amsterdam's own merchants first learned to buy and sell a company rather than a cargo. An empire assembled port by port. It is worth pausing before we let the VOC's own shares occupy the whole of our attention on the specific territorial empire the company was, in these same years, quietly assembling across maritime Asia, because it would be a mistake to imagine the company's own power as confined to a distant monopoly over a few small spice islands, when in fact the VOC spent the better part of the 17th century building, fortress by fortress and treaty by treaty, a genuinely vast network of territorial control that, at its own height, encompassed footholds and outright possessions, stretching from the Cape of Good Hope to Japan. In 1619, the company's own Governor-General at the time, on the same site as a small and contested port called Jayakarta on the island of Java, founded a new fortified headquarters the company named Batavia, after the ancient Latin name for the Dutch homeland itself, a city built deliberately in a recognisably Dutch style. Its own streets laid out along canals in conscious imitation of Amsterdam, that would serve, for the better part of 2 centuries, as the administrative capital of the entire VOC's own Asian empire, the place where ships from every corner of the trade converged each year to exchange cargoes, receive orders, and carry the company's own accumulated Asian profits home. It is worth naming briefly several of the specific conquests through which this empire actually grew, because each one displaced an earlier European rival, and each one deserves at least a sentence of its own. In 1641, after a long and difficult siege, the company's forces captured the great port of Malacca on the strait that commanded the sea route between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea from the Portuguese, who had held it for more than a century, a conquest that gave the VOC decisive control over the single most valuable shipping choke point in maritime Southeast Asia. Across the following decade and a half, the company waged a long, difficult and often brutal campaign against Portuguese possessions on the island of Ceylon, present-day Sri Lanka, securing by 1658 control of the island's own immensely valuable cinnamon trade, a monopoly the company would go on to guard in later decades, with a possessive thoroughness closely mirroring its own conduct in the Banda Islands, and on the island of Taiwan the company established from 1624 a fortified trading base called Fort Zealandia, the VOC's own toehold in the lucrative trade with China, a colony the company would eventually lose in 1662 after a determined siege by a Chinese Ming loyalist commander known to Western sources as Koxinga, an episode worth naming both because it shows the limits of even the VOC's own considerable military reach, and because it stands as one of the comparatively rare instances in this whole story of an Asian power successfully expelling, rather than merely negotiating with, the company by force. It is worth pausing briefly on how the company actually managed its own Ceylon cinnamon monopoly once it had secured the island, because the method, once again, closely mirrors the pattern this story has already described in the Banda Islands, applied here with rather less bloodshed but with an almost identical underlying logic of forced, controlled scarcity. Cinnamon in Ceylon grew wild across large stretches of the island's own interior, harvested traditionally by a hereditary caste of local peelers, the Chalias, whose own labour the company, rather than displacing outright as it had displaced the population of Banda, instead absorbed directly into its own colonial administration, compelling a fixed annual quota of bark from each peeler's own family under a system of hereditary, compulsory service the company enforced with real severity, flogging or otherwise punishing peelers who failed to deliver their own assigned quota, while simultaneously restricting cinnamon cultivation everywhere else within its own reach and burning, exactly as it burned surplus nutmeg and cloves in the warehouses of Amsterdam. Any harvest that threatened to exceed the volume its own directors had decided the European market should be permitted to absorb, a monopoly maintained in this instance, for the better part of 2 centuries, long past the VOC's own eventual dissolution, and well into the period of direct British colonial rule that followed it. The same commercial logic of manufactured scarcity simply changing hands from one European administration to the next, without any real interruption to the peeler's own compulsory labour at all. It is worth pausing, finally, on the single most exclusive and in some ways most peculiar outpost this whole Asian empire produced, because it survived, in an unbroken and genuinely remarkable line, for more than 2 centuries. Japan, under the increasingly closed and tightly regulated foreign policy of the Tokugawa shogunate, expelled nearly every European trading presence from its own shores across the 1630s, suspicious above all of the missionary activity that had accompanied Portuguese and Spanish traders and that the shogunate had come to regard, with real justification given several earlier local rebellions with genuine religious undertones as a threat to its own internal order. But the VOC, having taken care across its own earlier decades of trade to keep its own missionaries entirely out of the arrangement and to present itself, with real commercial discipline, as interested in profit and nothing else, was permitted to remain. The sole European trading power allowed any presence in Japan at all, confined to a small, fan-shaped, artificial island called Dejima in Nagasaki harbour, connected to the mainland by a single closely guarded bridge, where a tiny handful of company merchants lived, for more than 200 years, under conditions of genuinely extraordinary isolation and restriction, permitted an annual audience with the shogun's own court in Edo and little else, and yet this narrow, carefully policed sliver of contact became, across those same 2 centuries, Japan's own single window onto European science, medicine, and technology, so that the very word the Japanese language eventually adopted for Western learning generally, rangaku, translates quite literally to Dutch studies, a curious and genuinely lasting cultural inheritance from a trading post that never, in all its history, amounted to more than a few warehouses and a handful of resident merchants on an island you could walk across in a few minutes. The lawyer who invented the freedom of the seas. It is worth pausing before this story returns to the company's own shareholders on a single captured ship and the surprising legal argument its capture produced, because the argument would go on to shape international law for the following 3.5 centuries, and it began, characteristically for this whole story, as a fairly ordinary piece of company business that got badly and then very productively out of hand. In February of 1603 in the Singapore Strait, a captain in the service of one of the predecessor companies that would shortly merge into the VOC, Jacob van Heemskerk, seized a heavily laden Portuguese carrack, the Santa Catarina, a prize whose own cargo of silk, porcelain, musk, and other Asian luxury goods, once brought home and auctioned in Amsterdam, fetched a sum contemporary estimates place at something in the region of 3 million guilders, a haul so enormous that it roughly doubled, in a single transaction, the entire capital the future VOC's own investors would subscribe barely a year later. It is worth naming the problem this spectacular windfall immediately created, because the seizure had taken place in a time of formal truce between the Dutch and Portuguese crowns, and a number of the company's own more religiously scrupulous investors, Mennonite shareholders prominent among them, refused on principle to accept any dividend drawn from what they regarded as plain piracy. forcing the company's own directors to commission a formal legal defence of the seizure's own legitimacy, a task assigned to a brilliant young Dutch jurist not yet 21 years old named Hugo Grotius, who produced in response a lengthy legal treatise arguing that the seas themselves, unlike land, could not rightfully be claimed as the exclusive property or territory of any single nation, that Portugal's own long-standing claim to a trading monopoly over the entire Indian Ocean, inherited from a papal division of the non-European world a century earlier, had no valid legal standing, and that any nation, the Dutch included, therefore possessed a natural right to sail and trade freely upon open water. Grotius's own full treatise remained unpublished in its complete form for centuries, but a single chapter of it, released separately in 1609 under the title Mare Liberum, the Free Sea, became one of the most influential legal documents of the entire early modern period, cited, argued over and formally rebutted by English and Scottish legal scholars defending a rival doctrine of closed, nationally claimed waters across the following decades, and its own central principle, that the high seas belong to no one and are open to all, however conveniently it happened, in 1609, to justify one specific Dutch company's own access to one specific and highly lucrative trade route, went on to become, over the following 3.5 centuries, one of the foundational doctrines of the entire modern law of the sea, still cited in recognisable form in the international maritime law that governs shipping lanes and territorial waters today, a legal principle born in the most direct and unromantic way imaginable from a company's own need to keep a very large and very awkward dividend. The shareholders who demanded to see the books. It is worth pausing before we let the VOC's own shares carry us any further on a specific and genuinely early episode of shareholder revolt the company's own first decades produced, because it shows, with real clarity, that the tension between a company's own directors and the investors whose money those directors were spending is not, whatever our own century likes to imagine, a purely modern invention. By the early 1620s, a substantial body of the VOC's own smaller shareholders, the so-called participanten who had subscribed to the company's own founding capital, but held none of the powerful directors' seats reserved by the company's own charter for its largest investors, had grown increasingly frustrated that nearly 2 decades into the company's own existence, they had received strikingly little in the way of actual cash dividends. The company's own directors preferring, across these same years, to plough returning profits back into new ships, new fortresses, and the ongoing war of conquest in the Banda Islands, this story is already described, rather than distribute cash to a shareholder base that had, after all, originally subscribed its own money in the plain expectation of a return. It is worth naming the specific and genuinely pointed pamphlet campaign this frustration produced, led by a group of dissenting shareholders that included the same Isaac Lemaire whose own short-selling scheme this story has already described, in which the participanten published, across 1622, a series of increasingly sharp public complaints, addressed both to the company's own directors and to the States General itself, demanding a full and independent accounting of the company's own finances, an audited disclosure of exactly how much profit had actually been made and exactly where it had gone, a demand the company's own directors, the Herens Eventien, resisted for years with a mixture of legal manoeuvring and outright stonewalling, arguing in substance that the details of the company's own ongoing trade and its own military campaigns were commercially and strategically sensitive and could not safely be laid open to public scrutiny. An argument that will sound entirely familiar to anyone who has ever watched a modern corporation resist a shareholder's demand for transparency on broadly similar grounds. The dispute was never fully resolved in the participanten's own favour, the company's directors retaining for the whole of its subsequent history a very considerable latitude to manage the company's own affairs with minimal outside interference. But it is worth naming the dispute anyway. because it marks one of the very first documented instances anywhere in the world of the specific and enduring argument between the people who manage a company's own money and the wider body of people who actually own it, an argument this whole night's own story of Dutch financial invention would not be complete without, since inventing the joint stock company also meant inventing, in the very same stroke, the shareholders' own perpetual and not always satisfied demand to know where the money had gone, the insurers who bet against the sea. It is worth pausing before the tulip's own brief and much exaggerated fever takes our attention on one further piece of financial machinery the Republic's own merchants built to manage exactly the kind of risk a voyage to the Indies represented, because a fleet that might, in a bad year, simply never come home at all could not be financed on hope alone, and Amsterdam characteristically built an institution for that too. Marine insurance had older roots in the Mediterranean trading cities of medieval Italy, but Amsterdam's own merchants, across the early decades of the 17th century, developed the practice into a genuinely large-scale and genuinely organised local industry, underwriters gathering, much as the VOC's own shareholders gathered at the Beurs, to spread the risk of any single voyage across dozens of separate individual policyholders, each pledging a modest and individually survivable sum against the total value of a ship and its own cargo, so that the loss of any single vessel, a genuine and recurring catastrophe given the plain hazards of a voyage around the Cape, ruined no single underwriter outright, but was instead absorbed in small and bearable fractions across the whole insuring community, a structure that let Amsterdam's own merchant class keep financing voyage after voyage, even in the certain foreknowledge that a meaningful fraction of every year's fleet would never actually arrive. It is worth naming too the specific civic body the city government eventually built to formalise and regulate this same practice, the Amsterdam Chamber of Insurance, established in the early 1600s to arbitrate disputed claims and to maintain, alongside the Wisselbank and the Beurs, a further layer of the same institutional trust this whole story keeps returning to, a court with the specific and narrow authority to compel a reluctant underwriter to actually pay out on a legitimate loss, since a marine insurance market is worth precisely nothing to the merchants who rely on it if its own policies cannot, in practice, be enforced. It is worth pausing on how directly this same apparatus of pooled, professionally managed risk fed back into everything else this story has already described, because a merchant confident that his own cargo, and even his own capital invested in someone else's cargo, could be insured against the plain likelihood of shipwreck, piracy or war, was a merchant considerably more willing to keep financing new voyages than one facing the same risk entirely alone. And it is this same underlying logic, risk shared broadly enough that no single participant's own ruin threatens the whole system, that this whole night has already found at work in the waterboards that first taught the Dutch to maintain a shared dike, and that this whole night will find at work again, in only slightly different clothing, in nearly every financial institution the modern world has since built, on the foundation Amsterdam's own merchants laid, the tulip and the limits of the machine. It is worth pausing before this story returns to the sea on the single episode that has done more than any other to shape the modern popular imagination of Dutch commercial life, because it deserves both more attention and considerably more caution than it usually receives, and it belongs here in this account of the young republic's financial machinery, precisely because it shows what happens when that machinery, built for pepper and grain and shares in a real trading enterprise, is turned loose on something with no underlying commercial substance at all. In the middle 1630s, the tulip, a flower imported to Western Europe from the Ottoman world only a few decades earlier, and prized, above all, for the rare and genuinely beautiful streaked and feathered petal patterns that certain bulbs, infected, though nobody of the age understood this, with a virus that broke their colour in unpredictable ways, could produce became the object of an extraordinary speculative frenzy among Dutch buyers and sellers, with the contracts for particularly prized bulbs traded in the winter months when the bulbs themselves lay dormant and unplantable in the ground, changing hands at prices that, by the peak of the mania in the early weeks of 1637, reached sums equivalent, by some contemporary comparisons, to the price of a substantial Amsterdam canal house for a single bulb of a particularly celebrated variety. It is worth pausing, in the both-handed manner this channel tries always to apply, on how thoroughly the popular legend of tulip mania has, across the centuries since, been inflated and moralised well beyond what the surviving evidence actually supports, because modern economic historians who've gone back through the actual notarial records of the period have found a considerably more modest and considerably more contained affair than the popular story, largely inherited from a moralising account written more than a century after the fact by a Scottish journalist named Charles Mackay, likes to claim. The trading appears to have been concentrated among a comparatively narrow circle of specialist florists and prosperous merchants, rather than, as legend insists, chimney sweeps and maids gambling away their life savings on a single bulb. And the crash, when it came in February of 1637, appears to have produced real but relatively contained financial distress, settled in the following months through negotiated compromises among the trading community itself, rather than the widespread ruin and economic catastrophe later legend attached to it, since the broader Dutch economy, its shipping, its grain trade, its overseas companies, shows no sign in the record of any serious disruption in the months and years that followed. It is worth holding on to this correction gently, because it matters for the shape of the whole story we're telling tonight. Tulip mania was real, and it was a genuine and colourful example of the same speculative instincts the VOC's own share market had already begun cultivating in the Amsterdam merchant class. But it was a comparatively minor eddy in a very much larger and very much sturdier river, and the popular tendency to make it the single defining symbol of the Dutch Golden Age, a whole civilization supposedly gambling its fortune away on flowers, gets the scale of this story almost exactly backward, because the Republic's own real wealth was never built on tulips at all, and continued, largely undisturbed, to be built on herring, grain, cloth, and spice for a full century after the last speculative bulb contract had quietly lapsed. Everyone else tried too. It is worth pausing, before this story returns to the islands and their own terrible cost, on a fact the popular imagination of this whole period tends to leave out entirely, because it would be easy, hearing only of the VOC's own spectacular success, to imagine that no other European power thought to try the same trick, when in fact very nearly every ambitious maritime state in Europe attempted, at some point across this same century, to found its own version of a chartered Asian or Atlantic trading monopoly, and the Dutch company's own success stands out in real part, precisely because of how comprehensively nearly all of its imitators failed. Denmark chartered its own Danish East India Company in 1616, barely a decade behind the VOC, and did manage to establish a genuine, long-running trading settlement at Tranquebar on India's own southeastern coast, a colony that would, remarkably, survive under Danish administration for the better part of 2 centuries, but that never approached, at any point in its own existence, anything close to the VOC's own scale of capital, shipping or territorial control, remaining across its whole long life a genuinely minor player squeezed between its far larger Dutch, English, and eventually French rivals. Sweden, briefly, chartered its own Swedish Africa Company in the 1640s, seizing a small trading fort on the Gold Coast that changed hands repeatedly between Swedish, Danish and Dutch control across the following decades in a minor but genuinely confusing series of local wars few history books outside Scandinavia bother to recount in any detail, before the Dutch themselves finally absorbed the last Swedish holdings there for good. It is worth naming too the two most spectacular and most instructive of these failed imitations, because both illustrate from the opposite direction exactly what the Dutch had actually gotten right. The Austrian Habsburgs chartered an Ostend company in the 1720s, based in the Austrian Netherlands and intended to break directly into the lucrative Asian trade the Dutch and English companies had by then divided between themselves, and the new company's own early voyages proved genuinely profitable enough to alarm both established rivals badly. So much so that the Dutch Republic and Britain together applied sustained and ultimately successful diplomatic pressure on the Austrian crown, exploiting an unrelated dynastic dispute over the Austrian succession as leverage, to force the Ostend Company's own suspension within barely a decade of its founding, a plain demonstration that by the 1720s the Dutch and English were willing and able to use raw diplomatic and naval weight to strangle a promising rival in its own cradle, rather than compete with it honestly. And Scotland, in the 1690s, attempted its own version of the same ambition on a considerably more reckless scale, the so-called Darien scheme, in which a substantial share of the entire liquid capital of the Scottish nation, subscribed by investors from every rank of Scottish society in a wave of patriotic financial enthusiasm, was poured into an attempt to found a Scottish trading colony on the disease-ridden Isthmus of Panama, a venture that collapsed within a few catastrophic years under tropical fever, Spanish hostility, and a near-total absence of the accumulated maritime and commercial infrastructure, the shipbuilding, the trained sailors, the deep merchant credit networks, that this whole night has described the Dutch spending a full century patiently assembling before they ever sent a fleet to the Indies at all, a failure so total and so financially ruinous that many modern historians count it among the direct contributing causes of Scotland's own subsequent political union with England in 1707, a small poor kingdom's own ambition to imitate Amsterdam ending, instead in the loss of its own separate parliament. Read against that whole wider European record of ambitious failure, the VOC's own 2 centuries of continuous operation look considerably less like an inevitable national talent, and considerably more like what it actually was, a genuinely difficult thing to build, that one small, particular, unusually well-prepared republic simply happened to get right first, and to defend, once built, with real and occasionally ruthless determination. The islands and the price of a monopoly. It is worth pausing now on the specific and genuinely brutal method by which the VOC actually secured the enormous profits its own shareholders had been promised, because it would be a disservice to the honesty this channel tries to maintain to let the wealth this story is describing arrive without its own true cost attached, and the cost in this particular chapter was paid by a people whose own names deserve to be remembered, rather than folded silently into the general glow of a golden age. Nutmeg and its lacy red covering, mace, grew in the entire world of that century on a small cluster of volcanic islands in the eastern reaches of the Indonesian archipelago called the Banda Islands, and cloves grew on a handful of islands a little to their north, and the VOC's own directors understood from their very first years of trade in the region that the extraordinary prices these spices commanded in Europe depended entirely on keeping the supply scarce and the source exclusive. An arithmetic the Bandanese themselves, a proud and long-established trading people who had bought and sold across those seas for generations before any Dutch ship arrived, had no particular interest in honouring, since they continued, whenever the company's fleets were not directly present to prevent it, to sell their own nutmeg to English traders and to local merchants who offered a fairer price than the company's own contracts demanded. It is worth naming directly the man the company sent to settle this problem permanently, Jan Pieter Zoon Cohen, appointed Governor-General of the VOC's Eastern Possessions in his early 30s, a brilliant, tireless, and by every surviving account genuinely ruthless administrator who had written to his own directors in Amsterdam, in words that survive in the company's own archives, that trade in Asia could not be maintained without war, nor war without trade, and who sailed to Banda in 1621 with a fleet and a small army to resolve the question of the nutmeg monopoly in the one way that guaranteed it could never be reopened by the islanders themselves. What followed, across that single year, was among the most complete and deliberate atrocities of the early modern trading world. Cohen's soldiers, reinforced by Japanese mercenary swordsmen the company employed for precisely such purposes, hunted the population of the islands from their own villages into the surrounding hills. The leading men of Banda were tortured and executed in a mass proceeding. The company's own clerks recorded in careful administrative detail, and of the perhaps 15,000 people who had inhabited the islands when the Dutch fleet arrived, all but a small remnant were, within that single year, dead of the sword or of starvation, or carried off in the company's own holds to be sold into slavery elsewhere in its growing Eastern Empire. The islands, emptied of the people who had cultivated them for generations, were then divided into plantation lots and leased to Dutch planters who worked the surviving nutmeg groves with enslaved and indentured labour imported from elsewhere in the archipelago, growing spice for the company at a fixed price under a monopoly now, at last, perfect and permanent. It is worth pausing too on what the company did to its own monopoly once it had secured it so completely, because the method was, in its own quiet way, just as revealing of the whole system's logic as the massacre that made it possible. Clove production in the decades that followed was deliberately concentrated by the company onto a small number of islands its own fleets could reliably patrol, and on every other island in the region annual expeditions, whose Dutch name translated without any real euphemism to extirpation, felled hundreds of thousands of spice trees over the following decades, so that the world's total supply would never exceed what the company itself had decided the European market should be permitted to have. And in years when the harvest on the sanctioned islands proved unexpectedly generous, and the price in Amsterdam threatened to soften, the company burned its own surplus stock in the warehouses of the home port itself. Mountains of nutmeg and cloves consigned to bonfires whose perfumed smoke drifted by contemporary accounts over the very canals that the spice trade's own profits had helped to dig, wealth deliberately destroyed by its own owners in order to keep wealth scarce, in a world entirely full of people who could never in their own lives have afforded to buy what was being burned in front of them. It is worth naming honestly that the company's own directors in Amsterdam, reading Cohen's reports from the islands, wrote back expressing a wish that the affair had been handled with rather more moderation, a mild reproof from men who nonetheless confirmed Cohen in his post, rather than recalling him in disgrace, and who watched the following decades of spice dividends, some years reaching as high as 40% of invested capital, arrive in Amsterdam without, so far as the surviving record shows, any serious reconsideration of the arithmetic that had produced them. And it is a sentence worth carrying forward through the rest of tonight's story, because we will meet its shape again before we are through, that this is precisely the property that makes the joint stock company, of all human inventions, one of the most morally strange, a machine that let thousands of perfectly ordinary, church-going Amsterdam shareholders, men and women who witnessed no killing, wrote no order, and in most cases never once set foot outside the Netherlands in their entire lives, profit steadily and respectably from an atrocity whose details reached them, if they reached them at all, only as a distant and quickly forgotten line in a company report, aboard a company ship. It is worth pausing before we follow the company's own money any further on the ordinary, unglamorous, and often genuinely brutal experience of the people who actually crewed the ships this whole trade depended on, because the dividends this story keeps describing did not arrive in Amsterdam by themselves, and it would be a disservice to let them seem to. The VOC was governed, administratively, by 6 regional chambers, one in each of 6 Dutch port cities, Amsterdam and Zeeland foremost among them by a wide margin, each chamber responsible for fitting out and crewing its own share of the company's annual fleets. And it is worth naming how genuinely international the resulting crews actually were, because the popular image of a purely Dutch enterprise obscures a considerably messier reality. The company's own recruiting offices, chronically short of enough native Dutch sailors and soldiers willing to risk a voyage from which, by the company's own later internal reckoning, perhaps only 2 in 3 men would ever return, drew heavily on recruits from across Protestant and Catholic Europe alike, Germans, Scandinavians, and men from the southern Netherlands making up, in some years, a genuine majority of the ordinary soldiers and sailors who sailed under the company's own flag, drawn by advance pay, by the promise of a share in prize money, or, in a great many well-documented cases, by simple desperation and debt, recruited in the dockside taverns of Amsterdam by agents the sailors themselves came to call soul sellers, for the commission such agents earned on every desperate man they delivered to a ship's own muster roll. It is worth naming, too, the specific route the company's own ships followed, and the specific ordeal that route represented, because the outward voyage to Batavia, in a good year, still consumed the better part of 8 months, south through the Atlantic, around the Cape of Good Hope, and east across the Indian Ocean, on the strength of the same reliable trade winds that had carried the very earliest Dutch expeditions, and it was scurvy, the same wasting, gum-rotting, wound-reopening disease this channel has already had occasion to describe aboard other nations' own East India fleets, that killed more VOC sailors across the 17th and 18th centuries than storm, shipwreck and enemy action combined, a toll the company itself, characteristically, understood well enough in its own accounting, even before medicine understood it in its own science, and it is worth naming specifically the one genuinely important piece of institutional relief the company built directly into its own supply chain in response. In 1652, the VOC established, at the southern tip of Africa, a small provisioning station under the command of a company official named Jan van Riebeek, intended solely as a refreshment stop where outward and homeward bound fleets could take on fresh water, meat, and, crucially, fresh vegetables to fight the scurvy that afflicted every long ocean crossing, a modest garden and way station that grew across the following century and a half of continuous company administration and continuing settlement by company employees and their own descendants into the substantial colonial settlement that would become Cape Town, so that the origin of one of the major cities of southern Africa lies, in the most direct and unromantic sense, in a company's own effort to keep its sailors' gums from rotting on the long haul to Java. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely grim mortality this whole enterprise imposed on the soldiers the company recruited to garrison its own fortresses and man its own overseas armies, considerably less celebrated in the popular memory of this story than either the sailors who crewed the ships or the merchants who profited from them, but no less essential to the empire this whole night has described. Company soldiers recruited under contracts that typically bound a man to 5 years of service he could not legally break, sailed east to garrison duty in climates that killed them, the surviving muster rolls and burial registers of both Batavia and the Cape Station, recording death rates from tropical fever, dysentery, and, for those who survived the voyage out at all, simple malnutrition on inadequate rations that modern historians working through the company's own surviving personnel archive have estimated may have claimed as many as half of all VOC employees who ever sailed east across the whole 2 centuries of the company's existence, a toll the company's own directors in Amsterdam characteristically absorbed into their own ordinary accounting without any evident second thought, since a soldier's unpaid remaining wages, in the event of his own death in service, generally reverted to the company rather than to any family back home, a small, cold administrative detail that turns out, on inspection, to be a nearly exact echo of the very same arrangement this channel has described a rival trading company operating an ocean away, on another long night. A reminder that this particular cruelty was not any single nation's own peculiar vice, but simply the ordinary, unremarkable operating logic of the whole chartered company system, wherever in the world it happened to be applied. It is worth naming finally the strange and genuinely vivid contrast between the outward and the homeward halves of any successful voyage, because contemporary accounts dwell on it with real relish. A ship's crew that had sailed out from the Netherlands as strangers, packed below decks alongside soldiers, company clerks called writers bound for a career in the Indies, and the chests of silver coin without which no trade in Asia could be conducted at all, returned, if it returned successfully, laden with pepper, cloves, nutmeg, Chinese porcelain and Indian cotton, to a hero's welcome that the whole of Amsterdam turned out for. Church bells rung, the returning ship's own arrival noted immediately on the beurs, where the price of Vaux shares might move within the hour on nothing more than the sighting of a homeward fleet off the Dutch coast, a single ship's safe return translating almost instantly into a measurable shift in the wealth of thousands of shareholders who had never once set eyes on the vessel itself, the whole company, in that one moment of a lookout's shout from a church tower, revealing itself for exactly what this story has been calling it all along, a machine for turning a single wooden ship's own survival into paper profit for a city that had for the most part stayed safely and comfortably home, the refreshment station that outgrew its own purpose. It is worth pausing before we cross the Atlantic to the West India Company's own separate story on what actually became of the small provisioning post this account has already described Jan van Riebeek founding at the Cape of Good Hope in 1652, because a station built to solve a fairly narrow logistical problem, keeping outward and homeward fleets supplied with fresh water and vegetables, grew, across the following century and a half of continuous company administration, into something the company itself had never originally intended and struggled, for most of its own history there, to properly govern. In 1657, only 5 years after the station's own founding, the VOC, finding its own small salaried garrison insufficient to grow the volume of produce the passing fleets actually required, released a handful of former company employees from their own contracts and granted them, instead, farmland around the settlement as free burghers, independent farmers who would sell their own crops back to the company rather than working directly for its own wages, a policy that solved the company's own immediate supply problem, but that also set in motion, for the following decades, the steady expansion of a permanent settler population that pushed inland, generation by generation, displacing and, in a long and genuinely brutal series of frontier wars and epidemics, largely destroying the pastoral society of the indigenous Khoikhoi people who had lived across that same land for centuries before any Dutch ship ever anchored in Table Bay. It is worth naming, too, that the company, characteristically, imported enslaved labour to this colony as well, drawn not chiefly from elsewhere in Africa, but from across the whole of the VOC's own wider Asian trading network. Enslaved people brought to the Cape from Madagascar, from India, and from the Indonesian archipelago itself, whose own descendants over the following centuries would become part of the foundation of the Cape's own distinctive Cape Malay and broader Cape-coloured communities, a population whose own complicated, layered origins trace directly back to the same company's own casual willingness, already fully on display in Banda and in Brazil, to move human beings wherever its own commercial convenience required it. The settlement the company had founded purely to fight scurvy grew, by the time the VOC itself dissolved in 1799, into a substantial colonial society of free burghers, enslaved labourers, and a shrinking indigenous population, a society the incoming British administration that took formal control of the Cape in the early 1800s inherited more or less intact, and whose own settler descendants, the Boers, would carry the Dutch language, reshaped across 2 centuries of isolation, into Afrikaans, and a great deal of the same frontier settler logic this story has already described. Deep into the interior of southern Africa across the following century, one further, genuinely lasting demographic and political legacy of a company that had, in the end, never meant to build a colony there at all, and had simply, as this whole night's own recurring lesson keeps insisting, found itself holding one anyway. Voices raised against the trade. It is worth pausing before we let the West India Company's own Atlantic ledger close, entirely without comment from the age itself, on the fact that contemporaries were not, even at the time, uniformly silent about what that ledger actually contained, because the both-handed honesty this channel tries to maintain requires naming the watchman as well as the ledger they watched. Willem Bosman, a Dutch Wick official who spent more than a decade in company service on the Gold Coast around the turn of the 18th century, published in 1704 an account of his own years there, a new and accurate description of the coast of Guinea that remains, to modern historians, one of the single most detailed contemporary European descriptions of the West African slave trade's own actual mechanics, written not as an outsider's condemnation, but as an insider's genuinely candid, almost bureaucratic record of a business Bosman plainly regarded as ordinary company work. And it is precisely the candour, a company man describing his own trade without any evident need to disguise it, that gives the account its own considerable and uncomfortable historical value today, since Bosman felt, by every indication the text itself provides, no particular need to hide or soften what he was describing from a Dutch reading public he assumed would find nothing especially remarkable in it. It is worth naming, too, that other and more explicitly critical voices existed within the Republic across these same decades, chiefly among some of the Republic's own dissenting religious communities, Mennonite congregations prominent among them, whose own theological objections to violence and coercion led a number of individual Mennonite merchants and preachers to refuse participation in the slave trade specifically on grounds of conscience, in a pattern of principled religious objection that would, over the following century, feed into the much larger and much more organised abolitionist movements gathering strength elsewhere in Protestant Europe. But it is honest to say, plainly, that these voices remained, throughout the whole span of this story, a distinct minority within Dutch public life, that the Republic's own formal abolition of slavery in its own colonies did not arrive until 1863, a full 3 decades after Britain had already abolished it across its own empire, and that the watchman this whole night likes to name, on every one of its long nights, were, in this particular chapter of the story, heard, published, and, for the most part, quietly set aside by a wider society that found the dividend, in the end, considerably easier to live with than the objection. The other company, and an ocean the first one never touched. It is worth pausing now on a second great trading company this story is not yet named, because the popular imagination of the Dutch Golden Age, when it thinks of a company at all, thinks almost exclusively of the VOC and its Asian spice trade, and in doing so misses an entire hemisphere of Dutch commercial and colonial activity that mattered enormously to the wealth this story is describing, and mattered too, in ways this channel cannot in good conscience pass over quietly. In 1621, the same year Cohen's fleet was completing its conquest of Banda on the far side of the world, the States General chartered a second great monopoly company, the West Indische Compagnie, the West India Company, the Wick granted powers closely modelled on the VOC's own charter, but aimed instead at the entire Atlantic world, the coasts of West Africa, the Caribbean, and the Americas, a company founded explicitly from its very first years with a dual purpose that the VOC's own charter had never needed to carry so openly. Commerce on the one hand, and on the other, the continuation of the Republic's own war against Spain and Portugal by means of privateering and outright conquest in the enemy's own overseas possessions since the Iberian crowns, united under a single monarch for much of this period, controlled the great bulk of the Atlantic world's own most valuable colonial territory. It is worth naming, with real and unflinching directness, the specific trade that came, across the following decades, to dominate the West India Company's own balance sheet more thoroughly than any other single commodity, because it would be a genuine dishonesty, on a channel that tries to name every ledger honestly, to describe the wealth of the Dutch Golden Age without naming this one plainly: the trade in enslaved human beings. The Wick having seized, across the 1630s, a substantial stretch of the sugar-producing coast of northeastern Brazil from Portugal, and having captured in that same decade the West African fortress of Elmina, the single most important European slaving station on the entire Gold Coast, built, across the middle decades of the 17th century, a substantial and highly organised transatlantic slave trading operation. Dutch ships carrying captive Africans, seized or purchased through African intermediaries along the coast the company controlled, across the Atlantic to work the sugar plantations of Dutch Brazil while that colony lasted, and, after the Portuguese reconquest of Brazil in the 1650s forced the company out of that particular territory, increasingly to the plantations of the Caribbean, including the company's own colonies of Curaçao, which became, across the following century, one of the single largest slave trading entrepôts in the entire Atlantic world, and, for a time, to the Dutch colony of Suriname on the northern coast of South America, whose own plantation economy, built entirely on enslaved labour, would continue to enrich Dutch investors for a full 2 centuries after the Golden Age itself had ended. It is worth naming too, if only briefly, because it belongs to the same company's own restless Atlantic ambitions in these same decades, the small Dutch colony of New Netherland, founded on the Hudson River in the 1620s around a trading post the company's own directors, and popular legend more than they, called New Amsterdam, a colony whose own furs and whose own eventual surrender to an English fleet in 1664, in exchange, as this channel has told you before on another night, for a small nutmeg island on the far side of the world called Run, form one of the odder small footnotes of this entire Atlantic story, a colony that lasted barely 40 years under Dutch rule, but that left, in the street plan and the very name of the city that grew from it, a permanent Dutch fingerprint on a metropolis that would one day dwarf Amsterdam itself. It is worth pausing, honestly, on the scale of the human cost the West India Company's own Atlantic trade actually represented, because modern historical research, drawing on the company's own surviving shipping records, has established figures that deserve to be stated plainly rather than left to a vague and comfortable abstraction. Across the roughly 2.5 centuries the Dutch participated in the transatlantic slave trade, taken as a whole and not confined to the Guick's own chartered monopoly period alone, Dutch vessels are estimated to have carried something in the region of 500,000 to 600,000 enslaved Africans across the Atlantic, a substantial share of the total European trade, though considerably smaller than the volumes carried by Portuguese, British, or French shipping across the same long span, and it is worth naming too that a meaningful proportion of those captives, chained in the holds of ships built in the very same Zaan shipyards that built the fluits carrying grain and herring, did not survive the crossing at all, dying of disease, starvation, and the sheer physical horror of the voyage in numbers. The company's own accounts recorded, when they recorded them at all, with the same flat, unfeeling arithmetic. This channel has already had occasion to describe in another company's ledgers on another night. It is worth saying, in the interest of the honesty this whole story owes its listeners, that Dutch civic memory did not begin to reckon seriously and publicly with this specific chapter of its own golden age until quite recently, the city of Amsterdam itself issuing a formal apology for its own historical role in the slave trade only in the year 2021, 4 centuries almost to the year after the West India Company's own founding charter. A reckoning this channel mentions not to score any easy point against people long dead, but because a story about how a nation became the richest empire in the world is not honestly told if it allows the reader to imagine that wealth is costless, and because the both-handed accounting this channel tries always to keep requires us to set the ledger's darkest column down beside its brightest with exactly the same care. The Silver Fleet, taken whole. It is worth pausing before we leave the West India Company to its own ledgers on the single most spectacular exploit in the company's entire history, because it explains, better than any dry recitation of charters and monopolies could, exactly how enormous a single lucky season could be for a joint stock company built, at bottom, around licensed piracy against a hated enemy. Each year, Spain's own American treasure, the silver of Potosi and the gold of Mexico, this channel has already told you about on another night, was gathered at Havana into a single heavily escorted convoy, the Flota, for the crossing home to Seville, and in September of 1628, a West India Company fleet under the Admiral Piet Pieter Zoon Hein, an Amsterdam-born commander who had himself spent years as a Spanish galley slave in his own youth after an earlier capture at sea, intercepted that year's entire treasure fleet in the Bay of Matanzas off the northern coast of Cuba, and through a combination of bold seamanship and the Spanish captain's own panicked decision to run their ships aground rather than fight, captured the whole convoy intact, without, by most surviving accounts, losing a single Dutch life in the process, a haul of silver, gold, indigo, and other cargo that the company's own directors valued, once brought home and sold, at something in the region of 11 or 12 million guilders, a single season's prize larger than the entire founding capital of the VOC itself. It is worth pausing on what that single captured fleet actually did for the company, and for the Republic, because the effects rippled outward for years. The Wick's own shareholders received a dividend of 50% that year alone, a windfall so celebrated that Piet Hein's own name was set, within his own lifetime, into a folk song, Piet Hein, zijn naam is klein, zijn daden zijn groot, Piet Hein, his name is small, his deeds are great, that Dutch school children were still singing more than 3 centuries later, and the captured silver funneled directly into the company's own treasury, financed, almost immediately, the far larger and far more ambitious military campaign. This story turns to next, the company's own attempt to seize, outright, one of the single richest sugar-producing territories in the entire Atlantic world, the Sugar War. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific Atlantic territory Piet Hein's own captured silver helped fund the conquest of, because the West India Company's own Brazilian venture represents both one of the most genuinely sophisticated colonial administrations the Dutch Republic ever built, and one of its more complete eventual failures. Beginning in 1630, Double-Wick forces landed on the coast of Pernambuco, in the sugar-rich northeastern bulge of Portuguese Brazil, and across the following years steadily expanded their own control over a substantial stretch of that coastline, seizing the plantations, the sugar mills, and crucially, the enslaved labour force the Portuguese planters had already assembled to work them, since the company, for all its own considerable administrative energy, showed remarkably little interest in dismantling a slave labour plantation system already in profitable operation, only in capturing it for itself. In 1637, the company's own governing council in Amsterdam sent out, as governor of this new Dutch Brazil, a German-born nobleman and soldier named Johann Maurits van Nassau-Siegen, a cousin of the House of Orange whose own 7-year administration of the colony became, by the standards of European colonial rule in this period, genuinely unusual. Johann Maurits extending a real and deliberate religious tolerance to the colony's own Catholic Portuguese settlers and its own Jewish merchant community, the latter forming, under his governorship, one of the first organised Jewish congregations in the entire Western Hemisphere, and bringing with him, at his own considerable personal expense, a scientific and artistic expedition of genuine seriousness, the naturalist Georg Markgraf and the painter Franz Post among them, whose own careful studies and paintings of Brazil's own plants, animals and landscapes produced some of the first systematic European scientific documentation of the South American tropics, published, on Johann Maurits's own return to Europe, in a lavishly illustrated volume that remained a standard reference on Brazilian natural history for well over a century afterward. It is worth pausing, honestly, on the plain contradiction sitting at the very centre of Johann Maurits's own celebrated tolerance, because it is a contradiction this whole story has already met more than once and will meet again. The same governor whose own religious policy earned him a genuinely progressive reputation among later historians presided, without any apparent unease the surviving record reveals, over a plantation economy that depended entirely on enslaved African labour, imported in growing numbers across his own 7 years in office, directly through the WIC's own slaving operations out of Elmina, a colony whose own comfortable tolerance for Catholics and Jews, worth naming plainly, extended no similar consideration whatsoever to the tens of thousands of enslaved Africans, whose own forced labour actually produced the sugar the whole colony existed to export. It is worth naming too the colony's own eventual and comparatively swift end, because Dutch Brazil, for all the resources and administrative energy invested in it, never achieved the kind of secure, self-sustaining loyalty among its own Portuguese-descended planter population that might have let it survive a serious local uprising, and in 1645 those same planters, resentful of Dutch taxation, and encouraged by a resurgent Portugal that had, in the same decade, thrown off its own 60-year union with the Spanish crown, rose in open revolt, and across the following 9 years of grinding, indecisive colonial warfare, fought the Dutch administration to a standstill, the company's own directors in Amsterdam increasingly reluctant to keep funding an expensive and unprofitable colonial war on the far side of the Atlantic, when the company's own more reliable Caribbean and African trades demanded attention, sent diminishing reinforcement, and in 1654 the last Dutch garrison in Brazil formally surrendered, ending for good the company's own ambition of holding a sugar empire of its own to rival Portugal's, and turning the West India Company's own attention, for the remainder of its existence, decisively toward the trade this story has already named directly, the trafficking of enslaved human beings to serve plantations the company no longer owned outright, but was increasingly content simply to supply. The golden age at home. It is worth pausing now, before this story turns back toward war and eventual decline, on what all of this accumulated wealth, herring and grain and spice and, however uncomfortably, slavery, actually looked like once it arrived home and settled into the daily life of the Republic's own ordinary cities, because the Dutch Golden Age is remembered, and rightly so, for a genuinely extraordinary flowering of art, science and civic life that deserves its own place in this story, not as a mere decorative footnote, but as a real and direct consequence of the commercial machine this whole night has been describing. Wealth in the 17th century Dutch Republic, unlike wealth in most of the rest of contemporary Europe, was not concentrated overwhelmingly in the hands of a landed aristocracy and a royal court, since the Republic had, by its own founding constitution, no king at all, and its own nobility, such as it was, held nowhere near the social and economic dominance nobility held in France or Spain or England. Wealth instead accumulated to a degree genuinely unusual for its age among a broad and increasingly prosperous merchant and artisan class. Ships' captains and brewers and cloth merchants and prosperous shopkeepers, as well as the great regent families who actually governed the cities, and this comparatively wide distribution of prosperity produced, across the middle decades of the century, one of the most extraordinary art markets the world has ever seen. A market not for a handful of court portraits commissioned by a king, but for ordinary domestic paintings, still lifes, tavern scenes, seascapes, and portraits of prosperous burghers and their families, bought in genuinely enormous quantities by an ordinary Dutch merchant or shopkeeper class that had, quite simply, disposable income to spend on decorating its own comfortable brick houses. It is worth naming the sheer scale of production this market generated, because contemporary visitors to the Republic, English and French travellers accustomed to art as an aristocratic luxury reserved for palaces and great houses, remarked with genuine astonishment on finding paintings hanging in the homes of butchers and bakers, and on finding in some Dutch towns paintings sold not by dealers alone, but stacked and traded at ordinary markets and fairs alongside cheese and cloth. Modern art historians working from surviving inventories and guild records estimate that Dutch painters of this single century produced collectively something in the region of 5 million individual paintings, a figure that dwarfs the output of any comparable period anywhere else in the world before or since, and it was this same broad, competitive, market-driven demand, rather than the patronage of any single wealthy court, that produced across barely 2 generations a genuinely startling concentration of individual genius. Rembrandt van Rijn, the miller's son from Leiden, whose own portraits and self-portraits remain, across 4 centuries, among the most psychologically penetrating images ever painted, and whose own personal fortunes, rising with the boom of the 1630s and collapsing into bankruptcy in the 1650s as fashion moved on, and his own extravagant spending caught up with him, trace almost exactly the rise and eventual overreach of the Golden Age itself. Johannes Vermeer of Delft, whose small luminous domestic interiors, a woman reading a letter, a milkmaid pouring from a jug, a girl with a pearl earring turning toward the viewer out of a dark background, have become, in our own century, some of the most reproduced and most beloved images in the entire history of Western art, though Vermeer himself, by contrast with Rembrandt's own fame, worked in comparative local obscurity and died in genuine financial distress, his own family's fortunes ruined, in a detail this whole story has already taught you to recognise as characteristic by the catastrophic French invasion of 1672, of which more shortly, and a wider constellation of landscape painters, still life painters, and genre painters, Frans Hals, Jan Steen, Pieter de Hooch, and dozens more, whose collective body of work forms to this day one of the single richest troves of visual evidence any historian possesses for what ordinary prosperous life in a 17th century society actually looked like, down to the pattern on a Turkish carpet draped across a table, or the particular fashionable cut of a merchant's own lace collar. It is worth naming too the scientific and intellectual flowering this same wealth and this same unusual toleration made possible, because it belongs alongside the paintings as a further consequence of the machine this story has been describing. The Republic's own universities, Leiden foremost among them, the very institution founded, this story has already told you, in gratitude for the flooding that saved the city from siege, became, across the 17th century, genuinely major centres of European scholarship, drawing students and scholars from across the continent in numbers that reflected both the Republic's own relative freedom of publication and thought, and the simple commercial fact that Dutch printing houses, protected by comparatively loose censorship laws and serving a genuinely vast international market, printed and distributed books, including books banned or suppressed elsewhere in Europe, on a scale no rival publishing centre could match. And it was in this same intellectual environment, funded in no small part by the same broad merchant prosperity that bought paintings and books, that Anton van Leeuwenhoek, a cloth merchant of Delft with no university training at all, ground his own lenses with an obsessive skill that let him become the first human being to observe bacteria and microscopic single-celled organisms, communicating his discoveries in a long and remarkable series of letters to London's own Royal Society, and that Christian Huygens, born into one of the Republic's own most distinguished diplomatic families, advanced the study of optics and mechanics, and discovered, among a great deal else, the rings of Saturn and the moon Titan, work that placed the Republic for the span of a single extraordinary century at the genuine forefront of the European scientific revolution. A further dividend, however indirect, of the same commercial and civic machinery that had already produced the herring fleet, the Vloot, and the Amsterdam Bank. The Canal House, room by room. It is worth pausing for a few quiet minutes on what all of this trade and all of this finance actually looked like once it had finished travelling and simply come to rest inside an ordinary prosperous Amsterdam household, because it is easy, after so many pages of companies and charters, to lose sight of the fact that this whole vast machine existed in the end to fill rooms with things, and the rooms themselves have a great deal to tell us. A merchant's canal house of the Golden Age, tall and narrow behind its own gabled brick facade, taxed, as this story has already told you, according to the width of its own frontage and therefore built deliberately deep rather than wide, opened behind its own modest street door onto an entrance hall floored, in the more prosperous examples, with black and white marble tile laid in the same checkerboard pattern. This story has already described drained polder fields carved into, a small and probably unintentional echo of the very reclamation projects that had helped build the fortune paying for the floor. And it is worth naming the specific imported goods that accumulated room by room in such a house, because they map with real precision onto every trade this whole night has already described. A Turkish or Persian carpet, too precious by the conventions of the age to be walked upon at all, and draped instead across a table, exactly as it appears in dozens of the genre paintings this story has already discussed. Blue and white porcelain from China, arriving in such quantity aboard VOC ships across the 17th century that Dutch potters in the town of Delft developed their own now famous imitation of it, unable to match the Chinese secret of true porcelain, but perfecting instead a tin-glazed earthenware whose own blue-on-white designs remain to this day one of the most recognisable Dutch exports in the world. A small chest or cabinet of Batavia-made or Ceylon-made ebony, its own dark exotic wood a status object in itself, and very often in the household accounts and estate inventories that survive in genuinely enormous numbers in the same municipal archives that let historians correct the tulip legend a small holding of VOC shares themselves, passed down as an inheritance alongside the furniture, a family's own claim on the ongoing labour of ships and sailors, and, though the inventory itself would never phrase it so plainly, on the labour of the enslaved and conquered peoples whose own work ultimately filled those ships' holds. It is worth pausing specifically on the town of Delft itself, because its own famous blue and white pottery industry is a genuinely direct and traceable byproduct of the very Vok trade this story has already described, and because its own particular economic history captures in miniature the whole Golden Age's own habit of turning one industry's own decline into another industry's own opportunity. Delft, in the earlier decades of the 17th century, had been primarily known as a brewing town, its own clean local water supply supporting a substantial beer industry that, across the middle of the century, went into a genuine and fairly steep decline as growing competition and changing tastes ate into its own market. And it was into the empty breweries this decline left behind. Several of them converted directly and with remarkably little structural alteration that Delft's own potters moved their own kilns, developing, across the 1650s and 60s, a tin-glazed earthenware technique refined enough to imitate, at a fraction of the cost, the genuine Chinese porcelain the VOC's own ships had been bringing home in such volume that Dutch consumers had grown thoroughly accustomed to its own particular blue-on-white aesthetic, and Delft's own potters, unable to replicate true porcelain's own specific clay and firing technique, produced instead an entirely original ceramic tradition, Delftware, that became, within a generation, one of the Republic's own most successful manufactured exports in its own right, shipped back out across Europe, and even, in a small and genuinely satisfying historical irony, sold in some quantity back into the very Asian markets whose own genuine porcelain had first inspired it. It is worth pausing too on the specific rhythm of an ordinary comfortable household's own day, because contemporary diaries and household accounts, of which the Republic's own literate bookkeeping culture preserved an unusually large number, let historians reconstruct it with real confidence. A morning spent for the mistress of such a household in the genuinely demanding physical labour of scrubbing the very front step and even the very street outside her own door. A scrupulous, almost ritualised domestic cleanliness that foreign visitors remarked on again and again, sometimes with genuine admiration, and sometimes with a faint and slightly baffled mockery, as a peculiarly Dutch obsession. A midday meal that, by the middle of the century, might include tea imported from China through the VOC's own trade, and, at this early date, still expensive enough to be served in tiny precious cups, and treated as a genuine luxury rather than the everyday necessity it would become in England within another century, and an evening, in the more prosperous households, that might involve music, since the Republic's own comfortable middle class supported a genuinely substantial trade in domestic musical instruments, virginals and lutes, prominent among the objects painters of the age chose to include in their own portraits of family life. A small, quiet, private pleasure sitting, like everything else in this room-by-room inventory, at the very end of a supply chain that stretched back through Amsterdam's own warehouses, through a ship's own hold, through a company's own ledger, and, however far the household itself might have preferred not to think about it, through the Banda Islands or the Gold Coast, or a Brazilian sugar plantation, before it ever arrived at a family's own quiet fireside, the company that guarded its own streets. It is worth pausing, before we leave the Golden Age's own domestic culture, on one further and genuinely distinctive civic institution this whole prosperity produced, because it explains one of the single most famous paintings in the entire Dutch canon, and it returns us one more time to the same practical, cooperative, unsentimental instinct this whole story keeps circling back to. Dutch cities of this period maintained civic militia companies, the schutterij, bodies of armed, self-organised citizen volunteers, generally drawn from the same comfortable merchant and artisan classes this story has already described, whose own original medieval purpose, defending the town walls in an emergency, had, by the 17th century, become considerably less urgent in a republic that increasingly relied on professional standing forces for its own actual wars, but whose own social and ceremonial function, a source of real civic pride, of shared feasting, and of genuine local prestige for the men who belonged to them, had, if anything, grown even stronger. It became, across the century, a standard and genuinely popular custom for a militia company to commission a large group portrait of its own membership, generally intended to hang in the company's own meeting hall, and it was exactly this kind of commission, a comparatively routine piece of civic vanity, that dozens of other militia companies across the Republic also paid for in these same decades, that produced, in 1642, Rembrandt van Ryn's own painting formerly titled The Militia Company of District 2, under the command of Captain Frans Banink Kok, a canvas that later centuries, misled by the accumulated grime of old varnish that made its own daytime scene appear, for generations, to be set at night, came to know instead by the far more evocative and entirely inaccurate name of the Night Watch. It is worth pausing on how genuinely radical Rembrandt's own approach to this otherwise ordinary commission actually was, because it explains why the painting endures, while so many of its own more conventional competitors, static rows of evenly lit, evenly sized faces arranged like a company photograph, have faded into comparative obscurity. Rather than arrange his own paying subjects in the flat, orderly rows patrons of this genre generally expected and, in several documented cases explicitly demanded, Rembrandt composed the painting as a scene of genuine dramatic motion, the militia company caught in the act of mustering, figures overlapping, some cast dramatically into shadow, while others stepped forward into a shaft of golden light, a captain and his lieutenant striding directly toward the viewer, as if the whole company were marching straight out of its own frame. And it is worth naming, honestly, that several of the militiamen who had each paid a share of the commission's own considerable cost in the expectation of being clearly and equally visible in the finished work, complained, by contemporary account, that Rembrandt's own dramatic lighting had left some of their own faces obscured in shadow, while others stood brightly lit at the canvas's own centre, a genuine commercial dispute between artist and patron that sits, in its own small way, as a fitting final echo of everything else. This story has already told you about Dutch Golden Age life, a society that could produce, in the very same transaction, both one of the greatest paintings the Western world has ever made and a group of prosperous, practical-minded merchants counting up, with real and unembarrassed precision, exactly how much of the canvas their own money had actually bought. The presses Europe could not do without. It is worth pausing, before this story turns to warehouses and grain scales, on one further export the Republic's own comparative toleration made possible, an export considerably lighter than herring or nutmeg, but, in its own way, just as consequential for the wider world, because the same loose censorship laws and the same dense, literate, prosperous merchant readership that filled Dutch homes with paintings also made the Republic across the 17th century the printing house of Europe. Dutch publishers, working under a patchwork of provincial and municipal censorship, considerably less centralised and considerably less thorough than the licensing regimes enforced by the crowns of France, Spain, or even England, printed and distributed in genuinely enormous quantities books that could not legally be published, or could not safely be sold anywhere else on the continent, so that a reader in Paris or Rome wanting access to ideas his own government had banned learned, across this whole century, to look for a title page bearing an Amsterdam or Leiden imprint. It is worth naming a handful of the specific names this trade made famous. The Elsevier printing dynasty, based first in Leiden and later in Amsterdam, whose own small, elegant, portable editions of classical and contemporary texts became, across Europe, a byword for typographic quality, and were counterfeited, a genuine backhanded compliment, by rival printers in half a dozen countries eager to borrow the prestige of the Elsevier name. And the great cartographic house of Bleu, whose own multi-volume world atlases, drawing on the navigational data the Vossi's own fleets brought home from every corner of the globe they touched, became the most prized and most comprehensive geographic reference works available anywhere in Europe. So prized that a complete set of the largest Bleu atlas, the Atlas Maya, published in the 1660s in a dozen enormous volumes, was priced and purchased as a genuine luxury object, the map of the known world itself rendered as a piece of Amsterdam manufactured wealth. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential philosophical works this same permissive publishing environment made possible, because the Republic's own presses did not merely reprint what other countries had already approved, they gave shelter to ideas those other countries actively wanted suppressed. René Descartes, the French philosopher whose own method of systematic doubt would help found modern Western philosophy, spent the greater part of 2 decades living quietly in the Dutch Republic, moving between more than a dozen different addresses across the country, and published the bulk of his own major work there, finding in the Republic's own relative freedom of thought a working environment France itself, at that hour, could not offer him. Baruch Spinoza, born in Amsterdam itself to a family of Portuguese Jewish refugees, this story has already told you, fled north in search of exactly the toleration the city offered, developed, across his own short life grinding optical lenses for a living, a philosophy so radical in its own reconception of God and nature that his own Amsterdam synagogue formally excommunicated him in 1656, and yet even Spinoza, censured by his own community, continued to live and work and eventually to publish within the Republic's own borders, rather than being driven from the country entirely, his own most controversial works appearing, characteristically for this whole story, under a printer's imprint that concealed rather than announced their true city of origin. And the English philosopher John Locke, whose own writing on toleration and government would shape the following century's revolutions in both America and France, spent several years of his own life in exile in the Dutch Republic, sheltering from a political crisis at home in precisely the kind of safe, tolerant, well-printed haven this whole story has already described sheltering so many refugees before him. A country that had built its own wealth, in the first instance, by giving harbour to persecuted merchants and their capital, found itself, by the middle of the century, giving harbour to persecuted ideas as well, and it would be a mistake to treat the two as unrelated, since both were, at bottom, applications of the very same commercial and civic logic, a permissive, unsentimental, profit-minded willingness to let in whatever the rest of Europe was busy driving out. The regents, and the narrow door up. It is worth pausing, before this story returns to warehouses and grain scales, on the specific social structure that actually governed who got to enjoy this golden age's own considerable wealth, because it would be a distortion to leave the impression that 17th century Dutch prosperity was somehow evenly or effortlessly shared, when the truth, as it so often is on this channel, was considerably more layered. At the very top of Dutch urban society sat the regents, a comparatively small, self-perpetuating class of wealthy merchant families who filled, generation after generation, the actual governing councils of cities like Amsterdam, controlling not merely their own considerable trading fortunes, but the city offices, the charitable foundations, and not incidentally, the VOC's own regional chamber directorships, appointments that came with real financial privilege attached, so that the very families who sat on a city council also very often sat a few streets away on the board deciding how the East India Company's own profits should be divided. And it is worth naming honestly that this regent class, for all the Republic's own famous absence of a titled aristocracy, behaved in a great many practical respects exactly like one, marrying carefully within its own narrow circle, passing its own city offices from father to son or son-in-law with a consistency that made genuine upward mobility into its own highest ranks considerably rarer than the Republic's own comfortable civic mythology likes to suggest. It is worth pausing, all the same, on how much broader Dutch prosperity actually reached below that narrow regent summit, because this is where the Republic's own genuine and comparatively unusual achievement lies, not in any absence of inequality, which existed here as everywhere else, but in the sheer width of its own comfortable middling class, master craftsmen, ship's captains, brewers, prosperous shopkeepers and skilled artisans organised into powerful and well-regulated guilds, whose own households, the same paintings this story has already described hanging in ordinary homes attest, lived at a level of material comfort, clean linen, varied food, glazed windows, a house of one's own rather than a rented room, that a family of equivalent trade or standing in Paris or Madrid or even London could rarely match in this same century. Contemporary visitors from England and France, accustomed at home to a much sharper and much more visible gulf between a comfortable gentry and an impoverished labouring majority, remarked again and again, with a mixture of admiration and faint unease, on how well even the Republic's own ordinary tradesmen and their wives seemed to live, and on how genuinely difficult it could be, walking the streets of Amsterdam, to distinguish at a glance between a prosperous merchant and his own moderately successful shopkeeper neighbour, a levelling of outward appearance later economic historians have connected directly to the same broad distribution of trading profit, land reclamation shares, and company dividends this whole night has already described. It is worth naming too, honestly, the considerably less comfortable floor beneath even that broad middling prosperity, because the Republic's own genuine wealth existed alongside a real and persistent urban poverty. Sailors' widows, disabled veterans of the Republic's own wars, and the elderly poor, whose own care the city governments organised, in a system that again reflects the same practical, unsentimental civic logic. This whole story keeps returning to, not chiefly through private charity alone, but through an extensive and genuinely well-funded network of municipal almshouses, orphanages and hospitals, funded by a combination of city taxation, church collection, and the bequests of wealthy regents eager, in their own final wills, to be remembered as benefactors of the poor their own trading fortunes had, in some indirect fashion, been built upon. The most famous of these institutions, Amsterdam's own civic orphanages, appear again and again in the Golden Age's own paintings, their own orphaned wards dressed in distinctive, immediately recognisable uniforms of red and black or red and white, a visible civic branding of charity that let every citizen on the street identify, at a glance, a child the city itself had taken responsibility for, a system considerably more organised and considerably better funded than the poor relief available in most of the rest of contemporary Europe, though one that fell, it is honest to say plainly, very far short of eliminating real hardship among the Republic's own labouring poor, whose own lives, unlike the lives of the regents and the comfortable middling burghers this story has spent so much time with, left behind considerably fewer paintings and considerably fewer surviving letters for a historian 4 centuries later to actually read. Chasing the edges of the map, it is worth pausing before this story returns fully to trade on the specific and genuinely remarkable tradition of exploration the VOC's own resources made possible. Voyages sent out not chiefly to trade at all, but to fill in the considerable blank spaces still remaining on the world's own map. Because this exploring impulse, though it produced far less immediate profit than the spice trade ever did, left behind some of the most consequential geographic discoveries of the whole early modern period. In 1642, the VOC's own Governor-General at Batavia dispatched a Dutch navigator named Abel Jan Zoon Tasman, with instructions to explore the unknown southern reaches of the world the Dutch had already brushed against. This story has already told you, in the wreck of the Batavia on the unmapped coast the Dutch called New Holland. And Tasman's own expedition, sailing in a wide arc south and east of the Indies, became the first European voyage to sight and chart the island the Dutch would name Van Diemen's Land, after the VOC official who had commissioned the voyage, and that later generations would rename Tasmania in Tasman's own honour, and the same voyage went on to become the first European expedition to sight the islands of New Zealand as well, a landfall marred by a violent and fatal encounter with Maori canoes in a bay Tasman's own charts accordingly named Murderer's Bay, an episode this channel notes rather than dwells on, because it is a small, sharp, early instance of a pattern of misunderstanding and violence that would recur again and again, and on a far larger scale, wherever European trading voyages met peoples who had never asked to be discovered. It is worth naming too the earlier and considerably more desperate exploring tradition that preceded Tasman by half a century, because it belongs to the very first years of Dutch overseas ambition, before the VOC itself had even been founded. In the 1590s, the Dutch navigator Willem Barents led 3 successive expeditions searching for a northeastern passage above Russia and Siberia that might, in theory, offer a shorter and less contested route to the riches of Asia than the long haul around Africa the Portuguese and soon enough the Dutch themselves would otherwise be forced to take. And on the third of these voyages in 1596, Barents's own ship became trapped in the pack ice off the island of Novaya Zemlya, forcing his crew to spend a full, genuinely harrowing Arctic winter in a driftwood shelter they built themselves, hunting polar bears for food and burning what fuel they could scavenge against a cold few European sailors of the age had ever endured and survived, a winter Barents himself did not live to see the end of, dying on the return voyage the following summer, and it is worth naming as a small and genuinely striking postscript that when a later expedition rediscovered the site of that winter camp nearly 3 centuries afterward, in the 1870s, they found the shelter's own contents, tools, clothing, even a set of pewter dishes and a printed almanac, remarkably well preserved by the Arctic cold, a frozen and literal time capsule of the same restless, thoroughly documented, endlessly note-taking Dutch commercial curiosity that had, by other and considerably more profitable routes, already begun building the wealth the rest of this story describes. And it is worth naming finally that the sea separating Novaya Zemlya from the Russian mainland, and the wider Barents Sea beyond it, still carry Barents's own name today, a permanent line on the modern map left behind by a voyage that never found the passage it was looking for at all, and that reached, instead, only ice and cold, and a single terrible winter that nonetheless taught the wider world a great deal about what human beings could actually survive. Amsterdam, warehouse of the world. It is worth pausing before we describe that role in the abstract terms economic historians favour, to actually stand for a moment on the quay itself, in the middle of an ordinary Golden Age morning, because the harbour this whole story keeps returning to was not, to the people who actually worked it, an abstraction of trade flows and re-export percentages, but a genuinely overwhelming physical and sensory experience. A visitor arriving at Amsterdam's own harbour in, say, the 1660s, would have found a forest of masts stretching along the waterfront in numbers contemporary counts, placed in the many hundreds on a busy day. The air thick with the specific and distinctive smells of a dozen different cargoes being unloaded within a few hundred yards of one another, tar and hemp rope from the ship's chandlers, the sharp reek of whale oil from the Arctic fleet's own returning holds, the sweetish, slightly rotten smell of raw sugar in transit from the Caribbean, and cutting through everything else on the days a spice fleet had just come in, the genuinely startling perfume of an entire ship's hold of cloves and nutmeg being winched up into a warehouse. The noise, by every surviving account, was nearly constant. Dock workers shouting in Dutch, German and half a dozen other languages, the creak and thud of the hoisting beams still visible on the city's own historic gabled houses, today swinging cargo up from barge to storage floor, and, threaded through all of it, the particular unglamorous business of a genuinely multilingual, genuinely international workforce, since a substantial share of the actual dock labour and a very substantial share of the ordinary sailors passing through the harbour on any given day were not native Dutch speakers at all, but Germans, Scandinavians, and men from a dozen other corners of Europe drawn to the one port on the continent that reliably had work and reliably paid its wages in coin, or, increasingly across the century, in a credit at the whistle bank that everyone on that same quay had long since learned to trust. It is worth pausing, before this story turns to the wars that would eventually test and erode all of this prosperity, on the specific commercial role Amsterdam itself came to occupy at the very centre of the whole European economy, because it is a role considerably more sophisticated and considerably more consequential for the wider world than simply being a busy and successful port, and economic historians have given it a specific name, the entrepot trade, that deserves to be understood clearly. Amsterdam, across the middle decades of the 17th century, functioned as something close to a single central clearinghouse and warehouse for the commerce of the entire known world, goods arriving from every direction: Baltic grain, Norwegian timber, French wine, Spanish wool, Levantine silk, Asian spice and porcelain, and, increasingly across the century, Chinese tea, not primarily to be consumed by the Dutch themselves, whose own small population could not conceivably have absorbed even a fraction of what passed through the city's own harbour, but to be stored, sorted, graded, repackaged, and re-exported, often at a considerable markup to whichever market elsewhere in Europe currently offered the best price. A role that made Amsterdam, in the plainest terms, the place where the entire continent's own supply and demand actually met and were priced. It is worth naming the specific physical infrastructure this role required, and that the city built with characteristic thoroughness to support it. Vast warehouses lining the city's own concentric canals, their own steep gabled fronts fitted with the distinctive hoisting beams still visible on Amsterdam's own historic houses today, used to winch goods directly up from barges into storage floors that might hold grain, spice, tobacco, or whale oil for months or even years at a stretch, waiting for the right market and the right price. A weighing house, the WAG, where every commodity passing through the city's own trade was officially weighed and graded under civic supervision, a service that generated real municipal revenue but that mattered considerably more, because it gave every buyer in Europe confidence that a barrel of Amsterdam graded goods actually contained what its label claimed, a small piece of institutional trust building entirely of a piece with everything the Visselbank and the Beurs were doing in the world of pure finance, and a genuinely enormous specialised labour force, dock workers, warehouse clerks, brokers, and translators fluent in half a dozen languages that made the whole apparatus run with a speed and reliability no rival port could match. It is worth pausing on the specific and deliberate strategy this entrepot role represented, because it was not, as some later national mythologies have preferred to imagine it, simply the natural and inevitable flowering of some innate Dutch commercial genius, but a genuinely deliberate policy choice, pursued by the Republic's own regent class across generations, to make Amsterdam's own prices, Amsterdam's own quality standards, and Amsterdam's own available credit so reliably superior to any rival ports that merchants across the whole of Europe found it simply cheaper and safer to route their trade through the Republic, even when the goods in question had no connection to the Netherlands at all, a strategy captured with real precision in the contemporary observation made by more than one visiting foreign diplomat with a note of genuine and slightly resentful admiration that the Dutch had made themselves, in effect, the bookkeepers of Christendom, taking their commission on nearly every transaction of consequence that crossed the continent, regardless of who actually produced or who actually consumed the goods in question, the arithmetic of the richest place on earth. It is worth pausing, before this story moves any further, to actually put a number, or at least the most careful modern approximation of a number, on the claim this whole night has been built around, because it is one thing to describe warehouses and paintings and bank ledgers, and another thing to know in cold comparative terms just how rich the Dutch Republic genuinely was against its own contemporaries, modern economic historians working chiefly from the long-run Historical National Accounts project, associated with the economist Angus Maddison, and refined by successive generations of scholars since estimate that gross domestic product per person in the Dutch Republic by the middle of the 17th century stood meaningfully higher than in any other substantial population in the world, by some careful reconstructions close to double the equivalent figure for England, itself already one of the wealthier societies in Europe, and several times higher than the estimated figures for France, Spain, or the German lands, a gap that would not be closed and eventually overtaken by England's own rising economy until sometime in the following century, well after the Golden Age itself had begun its own slow decline. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely striking demographic evidence that sits alongside those income estimates, because a population's own settlement pattern tells a historian a great deal about its own underlying prosperity. The Dutch Republic, by the middle of the 17th century, had become, by a wide margin, the most urbanised society on earth, something in the region of 40% of its own population living in towns and cities of real size, a figure no other European country would approach for another century and a half, and this was, worth pausing on, no accident of geography, but a direct symptom of the very economy this whole night has described, since only a population that no longer needed the great majority of its own working hands, tied up in growing food, a population able instead to buy its own grain from the Baltic and put its own labour into shipping, finance, manufacturing and trade, could afford to live so overwhelmingly in cities at all, and it is worth naming, alongside urbanisation, literacy, since a genuinely startling share of the Dutch Republic's own population, women as well as men, by the standards of the age could read and write, a consequence in no small part of the same dense network of Calvinist schooling, cheap printed books, and practical commercial need for literate clerks and bookkeepers. This whole story has already described, so that a prosperous Dutch household in this period was considerably more likely than its counterpart almost anywhere else in Europe to actually be able to read the very pamphlets, price sheets, and printed news reports the Amsterdam presses were producing by the thousand. It is worth pausing finally on the genuine paradox sitting underneath all of these comfortable numbers, because it is a paradox contemporary foreign observers, noticed and commented on with real astonishment. The Dutch Republic, for all its own extraordinary wealth, was also, by a considerable margin, the most heavily taxed society in Europe, its own decentralised, war-financing government levying duties on an almost comically exhaustive list of everyday goods and activities: salt, soap, peat, meat, wine, funerals, even in some towns, the very windows cut into a house's own facade, a tax burden per head that visiting English and French travellers regularly cited as proof that the Dutch must be either uniquely miserable or uniquely mad to tolerate it. And yet the Republic's own population went on, decade after decade, not merely tolerating this taxation, but growing steadily richer underneath it, a paradox modern economic historians resolve by pointing to exactly the institutions this whole story has already described, since a population earning genuinely high wages in a genuinely efficient, genuinely well-financed commercial economy could absorb a tax burden that would have crushed a poorer population entirely, and a government that could borrow cheaply and reliably against its own well-managed public credit, rather than resorting, as Spain's own kings had done, to the kind of arbitrary confiscation and repeated default that poisoned investor confidence for a generation at a stretch, never needed to squeeze its own taxpayers to the point of genuine desperation in order to keep its fleets at sea and its dikes maintained. It is worth naming, too, the specific mechanism by which the VOC's own Asian cargoes actually converted, once they reached that warehouse district, into the paper wealth this whole story has spent so long describing, because it was neither a fixed price list nor a private negotiation, but a genuinely public spectacle. Several times each year, once a returning fleet had unloaded, and the company's own appraisers had graded and sorted its cargo, the VOC held open auctions at its own East India house in Amsterdam, advertised well in advance to merchants and buyers from across the Republic, and increasingly from across the whole of Northern Europe, at which lots of pepper, cloves, nutmeg, raw silk and porcelain were sold, item by item to the highest bidder in a room. Contemporary accounts describe as genuinely crowded and genuinely tense, since the price a given auction actually fetched, published and circulated within days across the wider merchant community, fed directly back into the price of the company's own shares on the beurs a short walk away, so that a disappointing spice auction on a Tuesday could measurably move the value of thousands of shareholders' own paper wealth by that same Tuesday afternoon. The whole elaborate apparatus of ocean voyage, monopoly enforcement and distant conquest. This story has described ultimately resolving itself, every few months, into the plain, noisy, competitive theatre of an auction room, one lot of nutmeg at a time. A palace built by a republic that refused to call it one. It is worth pausing, before this story turns to the actual machinery of Dutch government, on the single building the Golden Age's own accumulated wealth eventually raised to represent itself, because the choice the city of Amsterdam made about what to build and what to call it tells you a great deal about how this whole republic understood its own success. In 1648, the very year the Peace of Münster finally and formally ended the war with Spain, the city began construction of a new town hall on the Dam Square at the very heart of the city, to replace an older medieval building that had burned down a few years earlier, and the structure the city's own regents commissioned. Designed by the architect Jacob van Kampen, and completed across nearly 2 decades of continuous work, rose, by the standards of any Dutch building before it, to a scale and a grandeur that startled contemporaries, its own interior featuring the largest hall in Europe not supported by any interior columns, its own walls and ceilings filled with sculpture and painting, depicting Amsterdam's own trading empire in unmistakably imperial terms, personifications of Asia, Africa and America, bearing tribute toward a seated figure representing the city itself, maps of the known world inlaid directly into its own marble floor, so that a visitor could, quite literally, walk across the whole trading empire this night as described while standing inside the very building its own profits had paid for. It is worth naming what contemporaries actually called the building, because the name tells its own small story. Visitors from across Europe, genuinely astonished at a structure so much larger and so much more lavishly decorated than anything a republic without a king was generally expected to need, took to calling it the eighth wonder of the world, a phrase that stuck in guidebooks and travellers' accounts for generations afterward. And it is worth pausing on the plain irony sitting underneath that admiration, because the building was, from its own first stone, a town hall, the seat of the same 36-member regent council. This story has already described, and not a royal palace at all, a republic of merchants building itself a seat of government considerably grander than the actual royal palaces of several of the crowned kings whose own ambassadors came to marvel at it. A piece of architecture that argued, more persuasively than any pamphlet could have, that a republic run by its own trading class needed no king to prove that it had, in the end, become the richest place in the world. And it is worth naming, finally, that the building still stands today on the very same square, serving now, in one further quiet historical irony, as the Royal Palace of Amsterdam, pressed into that specific service only after Napoleon's own brother Louis, installed as King of Holland in the years this story has already described the old republic's own final dissolution, took the town hall of a republic that had refused for 2 centuries to have a king at all, and made it, for the first but not the last time, into exactly that, the republic that had no king and did not want one. It is worth pausing now on the political architecture that allowed this whole commercial machine to function with so little of the friction that royal courts elsewhere in Europe so routinely imposed on their own merchant classes, because the Dutch Republic's own system of government, which we have already touched on briefly in describing the revolt against Spain, deserves a fuller telling here at the height of the golden age it helped to produce, and it returns us, as promised, directly to the polder we began this whole story with. The Republic of the 7 United Netherlands, as its own founding document styled it, possessed no king, no imperial court, and, for most practical purposes, no single head of state at all, since sovereignty resided formally and stubbornly in each of the 7 individual provinces, Holland foremost among them by a wide margin in wealth and population, each with its own provincial assembly, its own laws and its own tax system, bound together only by a federal assembly, the States General, meeting in The Hague, whose own delegates were instructed and frequently overruled by the provincial governments that had sent them. A structure so decentralized that a foreign ambassador, negotiating with the Dutch Republic, often found himself needing, in practice, to win separate agreement from each of the major provinces individually before any national policy could actually move forward. It is worth naming the specific office that provided whatever unifying leadership this fractured system actually possessed: the stadtholder, a position with genuinely ancient and somewhat awkward origins as the Habsburg Crown's own former regional governor, inherited across this whole period, though not automatically and not without real political struggle, by successive members of the House of Orange, the same family William the Silent had belonged to, and it is worth pausing on the genuinely productive tension this created, because the stadholders, commanding the Republic's own army and navy, and enjoying real personal prestige, especially in moments of military crisis, pulled continually in the direction of something closer to monarchy, while the regent oligarchies who actually ran the individual cities, above all wealthy, dominant Amsterdam, pull just as persistently in the opposite direction, favouring, in the periods when they held the upper hand, a genuinely republican system with no stadtholder at all, an arrangement the Republic experimented with directly during the so-called First Stadtholderless period, from 1650 to 1672, under the political leadership of the Grand Pensionary of Holland, Johan de Witt, a mathematician and statesman of genuine brilliance, whose own management of the Republic's finances during these 2 decades, including a landmark and genuinely innovative reduction of the interest rate the provinces paid on their own public debt, helped sustain the Golden Age at very nearly its own peak. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely oligarchic machinery by which a city as important as Amsterdam actually governed itself day to day, because it explains a great deal about who precisely sat at the far end of every ledger this whole story has described. The city was ruled, in practice, by a council of 36 regents, drawn overwhelmingly from the same narrow circle of wealthy merchant families this story has already named, a body that filled its own vacancies not through any election the city's own ordinary residents took part in, but through co-optation, the sitting council itself choosing its own replacements from among its own extended family and social circle whenever a seat fell vacant, a system that gave Amsterdam a genuinely stable, genuinely competent and almost entirely unaccountable municipal government, 4 annually rotating burgomasters chosen from within that same council, actually running the city's day-to-day affairs, appointing its magistrates, directing its own considerable tax revenue, and, not incidentally, filling the VOC's own local chamber directorships with members of their own families, so that the same small circle of men who decided how high the city's own beer tax should be set in a given year were very often the identical men deciding a few streets away whether that year's spice fleet should sail for Ceylon or the Banda Islands. It is worth pausing too on why this fractious, quarrelsome, maddeningly slow system of government actually suited Dutch commerce so well, despite every foreign observer's genuine bafflement at how anything ever got decided inside it, because the answer returns us, one final time in this section of the story, to the polder model this whole night began with, a political structure built from its own founding constitution, around the presumption that power must be shared, negotiated, and continually re-earned among genuinely competing interests, rather than handed down from a single throne, produced, almost as byproduct, a legal and commercial environment in which a merchant's contracts, a company's charter, and a creditor's claim on a debtor were remarkably well protected against arbitrary royal interference of exactly the kind that had, this channel has already told you on another night, repeatedly bankrupted the kings of Spain, and would, before this story reaches its own end, humiliate more than one king of France. A government too internally divided to easily seize a merchant's fortune on a royal whim turned out, whatever its very real inefficiencies in matters of war and foreign policy, to be an excellent government under which to grow one, the wars that made rivals of allies. It is worth pausing now on the price this whole prosperity would eventually have to pay, because a small republic that had made itself the wagon of the sea, carrying so large a share of Europe's own trade in Dutch hulls, could not indefinitely avoid the resentment of every rival power whose own merchants watched Dutch skippers carry away business that might otherwise have been theirs. And it was England, the Republic's own natural Protestant ally against Catholic Spain and France, that first turned that resentment into open war. In 1651, the English Commonwealth government under Oliver Cromwell passed the first of a series of navigation acts, requiring, with a directness that named its own target barely at all, that goods imported into England or its colonies be carried either in English ships or in ships of the country that had actually produced the goods, a law aimed with real precision at excluding Dutch carriers from exactly the kind of third-party freight business that had made them rich, and the resulting friction, compounded by disputes over fishing rights and colonial trade, produced the first of what would eventually be 4 separate Anglo-Dutch wars fought across the following century and a quarter. This first one, from 1652 to 1654, fought almost entirely at sea in a series of large, brutal fleet actions in the English Channel and the North Sea, and ending, on the whole, unfavourably for the Dutch, whose own government was forced to accept the Navigation Act it had gone to war to overturn. It is worth pausing, before we move to the second of these wars, on the particular and genuinely painful shape the first one took, because it was fought overwhelmingly between 2 Protestant trading republics who had, within living memory, stood as allies against Catholic Spain, and the surviving correspondence of the age carries a real note of bewildered grief at having to fight a neighbour the war's own combatants had, in many cases, traded with and even served alongside only a few years earlier. The war's own most consequential single engagement came in the summer of 1653, off the Dutch coast near the fishing town of Scheveningen, where the same Martin Tromp who had shattered the Spanish fleet at the Downs 14 years earlier commanded the Dutch fleet in a 2-day running battle against an English force under George Monk and William Penn, the elder father of the man who would later found the American colony of Pennsylvania. A battle fought in conditions of genuine confusion and heavy casualties on both sides, and in the course of which Tromp himself, directing the action from his own quarterdeck, was struck and killed by a musket ball, his own final words, as later legend and at least one contemporary account record them, an instruction to his own men not to let his death slow the fighting. The battle itself ended without a clearly decisive result, both fleets withdrawing badly mauled, but the Republic's own commerce, its herring buses and its grain convoys alike, had by this point been so thoroughly blockaded and harassed across the preceding 2 years of war that the Dutch government, its own merchant class increasingly desperate for peace regardless of the fleet's own tactical standing, sued for terms shortly afterward. A reminder worth holding on to that a trading republic's own war-making capacity was always constrained, in a way a landed kingdom's was not, by the simple fact that every week its ships stayed in port rather than at sea was a week its own economy was quietly bleeding. It is worth naming, briefly, the second of these wars, from 1665 to 1667, because it produced both one of the Republic's own most celebrated military triumphs and one of the small ironic footnotes this channel has already mentioned in an earlier story, since it was in the settlement of this war, at the Treaty of Breda in 1667, that the Dutch formally ceded their claim to the small North American colony of New Amsterdam, already in English hands, in exchange for keeping the tiny, nutmeg-bearing island of Run in the East Indies, an exchange that seemed, by every measure the 17th century could apply, like sound and even generous arithmetic on the Dutch side of the table, and that the passage of centuries would judge very differently indeed. And it was in this same war, in the summer of 1667, that a Dutch fleet under the Admiral Michiel de Ruyter sailed directly up the River Medway into the heart of England's own naval anchorage, and burned or captured a substantial portion of the Royal Navy's own fleet at anchor, including towing away the flagship of the English Navy itself as a trophy, a raid so audacious and so humiliating to English pride that it remains, to this day, taught in British naval history as one of the single worst defeats the Royal Navy ever suffered in home waters, and it left de Ruyter's own name across the following centuries of Dutch memory, as close to a legendary figure as the Republic's own famously unsentimental, unmonarchical culture ever quite permitted itself to produce. It is worth naming, too, what became of Michiel de Ruyter himself in the years that followed his own famous raid up the Medway, because his own later career, and his own eventual death form a fitting small coda to this whole story of Dutch naval power at its own peak and its own eventual inevitable overextension. De Ruyter, already in his 60s by the time of the disaster year this story is about to describe, continued to command the Republic's own fleets through the Third Anglo-Dutch War and into the wider European conflict that followed it, and in 1676 sent south into the Mediterranean at the head of a combined Dutch and Spanish fleet to support Spain against French naval power off the coast of Sicily. He was struck by cannon fire in the Battle of Palermo and died of his own wounds a few days later at Syracuse. An old admiral, by every surviving account genuinely mourned across the whole of the Republic, brought home for a state funeral in Amsterdam's own new church that the city's own regents, not normally given to lavish public spectacle, organised with a solemnity usually reserved for stadtholders, rather than for a commander who had, by his own family's own account, begun his working life as an ordinary ship's boy, a career arc this whole night's own story of merchants and dike builders and refugees would recognise immediately as characteristic of the Republic at its own best. Genuine ability rewarded with genuine, if narrowly bounded, opportunity, regardless of how modest the ladder's own first rung had been, the disaster year, and the man who survived it. It is worth pausing now on the single worst year in the entire span of this story, because the Dutch Republic's own popular memory has a specific name for it: Het Rampjaar, the disaster year, 1672, and it deserves to be told with the same care this channel gives to every catastrophe it visits, because it came astonishingly close to ending the whole enterprise this night has been describing before it had even reached its own peak. In the spring of that year, France, under its own magnificent and expansionist King Louis XIV, whose own court at Versailles this channel may yet have occasion to visit on some future night, invaded the Dutch Republic by land with an army of overwhelming size, while England, allied with France under a secret treaty, attacked simultaneously by sea, and the Republic's own land defences, chronically underfunded across the peaceful and fiscally cautious stadtholderless period that had just ended, collapsed with a speed that shocked the whole of Europe, French forces crossing the Rhine and overrunning province after province of the Republic's own eastern and southern territory within a matter of weeks, until by midsummer the French army stood within a genuinely alarming distance of Amsterdam itself, and the Republic's own population, in a mood of panic that later Dutch chroniclers described in genuinely vivid terms, began, in some places, to bury their own silver and prepare to flee. It is worth naming the specific and, by now, entirely familiar last resort the Republic's own government reached for in this extremity, because it is the same weapon that had saved Leiden a century earlier, deployed now on an altogether vaster scale: the deliberate flooding of the Republic's own land, a defensive network called the Waterlinie, the waterline, in which sluices and dikes across the low-lying heart of Holland were opened on purpose, drowning farmland the Republic could scarcely spare in order to create a shallow, impassable barrier of flooded ground, too deep for infantry or cavalry to cross on foot, and too shallow for any boat to navigate, that halted the French advance just short of Amsterdam and Utrecht, and bought the exhausted Republic the time it desperately needed. It is worth pausing, too, on the political convulsion this same catastrophe produced at home, because the popular fury at the Republic's own military unpreparedness fell, with genuine and ultimately murderous violence, on the very statesman whose fiscal caution had, in prosperity, seemed like wisdom. Johan de Witt, the grand pensionary whose 2 decades of stadtholderless rule this story has already praised for its financial innovation, was blamed, rightly or wrongly, for leaving the Republic's own army too weak to meet the French invasion, and in August of 1672 he and his brother Cornelis were seized by a mob in The Hague and murdered in the street. their bodies mutilated in scenes so violent that later generations of Dutch historians have struggled to reconcile them with the Republic's own general reputation for civic order. And in the political vacuum that followed, the young William III, great-grandson of William the Silent, was restored to the stadtholderate his own family had been kept from for 2 decades, and it was under William's own subsequent leadership, combining stubborn Dutch resistance with a wide diplomatic coalition assembled against Louis's own overreach, that the Republic survived the disaster year, pushed the French army back out of its own territory across the following 2 years, and emerged from the crisis battered, its economy genuinely damaged. Several of its greatest painters, Vermeer among them, ruined by the sudden collapse of the art market the war produced. But, against every reasonable expectation of that terrifying summer, still standing. It is worth pausing finally on the strange and genuinely consequential final turn this same William III's career would take barely 16 years later, because it belongs, in its own way, to the story of Dutch wealth and influence just as much as any spice cargo or any bank ledger does. In 1688, invited by a substantial faction of England's own political class, alarmed at their own King James II's Catholic sympathies and increasingly autocratic style of rule, William, by now stadtholder of the Republic and married to James's own Protestant daughter, Mary, sailed across the North Sea with a Dutch invasion fleet considerably larger, by some counts, than the Spanish Armada a century before it, and landed in England to claim, jointly with his own wife, the English throne itself, in the bloodless political transformation English history would come to call the Glorious Revolution. And it is worth pausing on the genuinely striking consequence this had for the rest of our story, because for more than a decade afterward, the crowns of England and the Dutch Republic were held, in effect, by the very same man, and Dutch financial techniques, the funded national debt, the joint stock company, the very practice of a central bank managing government credit, techniques England's own financiers had watched Amsterdam perfect for the better part of a century, crossed the North Sea in William's own baggage train along with his soldiers, laying, within just a few years of his own coronation, the direct institutional groundwork for the Bank of England, founded in 1694, and for the whole apparatus of English public credit that would, within another century, let a much smaller English population outborrow and eventually outtrade the country that had actually taught it how, a final, quietly ironic dividend of the Dutch Golden Age, paid not to the Dutch treasury at all, but to the rival power that would, in the fullness of time, inherit its own crown, the long gilded afternoon. It is worth pausing now on the shape of the century that followed the disaster year, because it would be a genuine distortion of this whole story to suggest that Dutch wealth simply collapsed the moment the Golden Age's own most productive decades had passed, since the truth, as this channel has found on so many other long nights, is considerably slower and considerably more interesting than any single dramatic ending, and it deserves the name Dutch historians themselves have sometimes given it, the long gilded afternoon. The 18th century Dutch Republic did not cease, overnight, to be wealthy. Rather, the specific character of its own wealth shifted, gradually and unevenly across 100 years, away from the direct profits of trade and shipping, where English and increasingly French competitors, better financed by their own much larger national tax bases and increasingly protected by their own navigation laws and tariffs, ate steadily into the market share Dutch flutes had once dominated almost without challenge, and towards something considerably quieter and in its own way considerably more concentrated. The business of finance itself, Amsterdam's own accumulated capital, built up across a century of trading profits, increasingly redeployed not into new ships and new voyages, but into loans, bonds and investments spread across the whole of Europe and eventually across the whole of the wider Atlantic world. It is worth naming the sheer scale this financial role eventually reached, because by the middle decades of the 18th century, Amsterdam had become, in the plainest terms, the banker of Europe, Dutch investors holding substantial shares of the public debt of England, France, Austria, Russia, and a whole roster of smaller German and Scandinavian states, financing everything from the wars of foreign kings to the plantations of foreign colonies to, in a detail of genuine and pointed historical irony, a portion of the debt the rebelling American colonies raised to finance their own war of independence against the very British Crown Amsterdam's own capital had, a century earlier, helped install. Dutch investors, a contemporary saying of the age observed with a certain rueful national self-awareness, had become, in effect, the rentiers of the world, living increasingly not on the profits of their own trade but on the interest paid by everyone else's, a shift some modern economic historians have compared, not without real justice, to the way a successful merchant, having built his fortune through decades of active trading risk, gradually and understandably converts that fortune, in his own later and more cautious years, into safer, quieter, interest-bearing investments. A transition sensible enough for an individual merchant approaching old age, and considerably more dangerous, as this same century would eventually demonstrate, for an entire nation's own economy to make. It is worth pausing too on the specific vulnerability this shift toward pure finance eventually exposed, because it returns this story to war one final time before it can properly reach its own conclusion. The fourth and final Anglo-Dutch War, fought from 1780 to 1784, arose directly out of the Republic's own increasingly open financial and material support for the rebelling American colonies, support that finally exhausted England's own patience with a supposed ally it had already fought 3 times before, and this fourth war proved, by a wide margin, the most catastrophic of the whole series for Dutch interests, a republic whose own navy had long since ceased to be maintained at anything close to the strength its Golden Age admirals had once commanded, finding itself unable to protect its own colonial trade or its own merchant shipping from a British navy that had, across the intervening century, grown into the most powerful maritime force on earth, and the Dutch West India Company, already weakened by decades of declining profits, effectively collapsed under the strain of this final war, its own charter allowed to lapse without renewal in the years that followed, a full 15 years before its far larger and far more famous sister company would meet a broadly similar fate. Why the wagon lost its wheels? It is worth pausing before we watch the Republic and its own great company actually close their books on the underlying structural reasons the Dutch position eroded across the 18th century, because it would be too simple and not really honest to blame the decline on any single lost war or any single bad decade, when the truth is a slower story about the specific and, in the end, genuinely decisive advantages a small republic could never quite match against much larger rival states learning, at last, to play a version of the same game. England's own navigation acts renewed and tightened decade after decade across the later 17th and 18th centuries did not merely provoke the wars this story has already described, they steadily and permanently redirected an ever larger share of England's own colonial and carrying trade into English hulls, protected by law from the cheaper competition Dutch fleets had once offered without real challenge, and France, under the relentlessly systematic finance minister Jean-Baptiste Colbert, pursued, across these same decades, a deliberate policy of building French shipping, French manufacturing, and French colonial trade specifically to reduce the kingdom's own dependence on Dutch carriers and Dutch capital, a policy summarised, with real bluntness, in Colbert's own writings as a conscious programme of taking back from the Dutch what French tariffs and French ships could take. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely structural disadvantage a republic of barely 2 million people carried against kingdoms of 10, 20, or, in France's own case, closer to 30 million, because it is a disadvantage this whole story's own earlier chapters had, for the better part of a century, managed to outrun through sheer commercial efficiency, but that no amount of efficiency could indefinitely outrun forever. A larger population meant a larger domestic tax base to fund a navy, a larger pool of sailors and soldiers to crew it, and a larger domestic market that could, in time, absorb manufactured goods without needing to buy them from Amsterdam's own merchants at all, so that England's own 18th century economy, its own agricultural productivity rising, and its own population and manufacturing base growing steadily larger across the whole century, could eventually field a navy and eventually a merchant marine. That simple Dutch efficiency alone was no longer sufficient to outcompete, however skillfully a flight's own narrow deck continued to dodge a harbour toll. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific way the Republic's own decentralised political structure, this story's own polder logic that had served it so well in its own younger, more agile decades, became, across the 18th century, a genuine liability rather than an asset, since a federal system built around 7 jealously sovereign provinces, each capable of blocking or delaying decisive national action, proved considerably better suited to the patient, consensus-driven work of building trust in peacetime than to the urgent, centralised, heavily financed naval rearmament that competing with England's own increasingly unified fiscal military state actually required, so that the Republic entered its own fourth and final war with England in 1780, with a navy its own admiralties had allowed to shrink and decay across decades of provincial budget disputes, precisely the vulnerability that war then exposed with such devastating and, in the end, largely irreversible thoroughness, the bank that finally broke its own promise. It is worth pausing before this story lets the Republic and its own great company both close their books on the specific fate of the one institution this whole night has treated as the single most trustworthy thing the Dutch ever built. Because even the Wisselbank, the bank whose own guaranteed credibility had anchored the credit of the entire European trading world for the better part of a century and a half, did not escape the same slow 18th century erosion that overtook everything else this story has described. Across the middle decades of the 1700s, the bank, under mounting pressure from a city government whose own wider finances were increasingly strained by the costs of decades of naval decline and colonial defence, began, quietly, and against its own founding principle of holding coin fully in reserve against every guilder of credit it issued, extending loans to the VOC itself and to the province of Holland, using deposits that depositors still believed sat untouched in the bank's own vaults, a departure from its own 2-century-old promise that remained for a long time a closely guarded secret rather than any public policy. It is worth naming the specific crisis that finally exposed this quiet departure to the light, because it arrived, characteristically for this whole story, bundled together with the same catastrophic Fourth Anglo-Dutch War this account has already described, destroying the West India Company's own remaining strength. As that war crushed Dutch shipping and colonial trade across the early 1780s, and as the VOC itself slid ever further into the borrowed money fiction, this story has already described propping up its own dividend, confidence in the Wisselbank's own reserves began, for the first time in its long history, to genuinely waver, and when the full extent of the bank's own lending to the struggling VOC finally became public knowledge, the bank guilder's own famous premium, the agio that had for a century and a half signalled the whole of Europe's own confidence in Amsterdam's credit, collapsed and continued falling across the following decade, so that by the 1790s the institution the whole of Europe had once trusted more than any king's own currency was functioning, in practice, as an insolvent shell of its former self, formally wound up not long after the French Revolutionary armies overran the country in any case, a quiet, almost unremarked ending for the single institution that had, in its own founding decade nearly 2 centuries earlier, first taught the world what it meant for a government's own promise to be worth more than the coin in its own treasury, and whose own final, disappointing collapse stands as one final fitting illustration of this whole night's own recurring lesson, that trust, however patiently built and however long sustained, is never actually permanent and can be spent down, quietly and a little at a time, by the very institution that built it, until one day there is simply none left. What happened after the ledger closed? It is worth pausing before this story lets its own empire dissolve entirely into legacy and legend, on what actually became, in the following century and a half, of the territories the VOC and the WREC had spent 200 years assembling, because the Dutch presence in Asia and the Atlantic did not end when the companies themselves did. It merely changed hands, from a company's own shareholders to a modern nation-state's own government, and continued, in several places, for considerably longer than the companies had lasted in the first place. The Dutch state, having absorbed the VOC's own former Asian territories directly in 1800, went on to govern and, across the 19th century, substantially expand its own colonial control over the Indonesian archipelago, imposing, from 1830 onward, a notoriously exploitative system known as the cultuurstelsel, the cultivation system, under which Javanese farmers were compelled to devote a fixed portion of their own land and labour to growing export crops, coffee, sugar and indigo chiefly, for the direct profit of the Dutch colonial treasury, a system that funded across several decades a genuinely enormous share of the government budget of the Netherlands itself back in Europe, before mounting evidence of the famine and hardship it caused among the Javanese population. It was extracted from finally forced its own gradual reform in the later 19th century, a policy some modern Indonesian and Dutch historians alike treat as, in effect, a second and considerably longer-lasting golden age, funded by precisely the same colonial extraction the VOC itself had pioneered 2 centuries earlier, only now conducted directly by a state, rather than by a company's own shareholders. It is worth naming briefly how this whole long colonial relationship finally ended, because the story does not simply fade away into the comfortable distance of history, it runs directly into living memory. Indonesian nationalists declared independence from Dutch rule in August of 1945, in the immediate aftermath of the Japanese occupation that had displaced Dutch colonial administration during the Second World War, and the Netherlands, in a war it euphemistically called at the time a series of police actions, fought a bitter and ultimately unsuccessful 4-year conflict to reassert its own colonial control, before finally, under sustained international pressure, above all from the United States, recognising Indonesian sovereignty in 1949, and Suriname, the Dutch Atlantic colony this story has already named, built on plantation labour first enslaved and, after the Netherlands finally abolished slavery in its own colonies in 1863, a full generation after Britain had done the same, worked under a system of indentured labour recruited chiefly from British India and the Dutch East Indies, remained a Dutch possession until achieving its own independence in 1975, while a scattering of smaller Caribbean islands, Curaçao and Aruba among them, remain to this day in a constitutional partnership with the Netherlands that traces an unbroken institutional line back to the West India Company's own 17th century Caribbean trading posts. It is worth holding this whole afterward gently alongside the Golden Age this story has spent so long admiring, because a nation's own reckoning with an empire rarely ends neatly with the empire's own formal dissolution, and the Netherlands, like every other European power this channel has described building an empire on some other long night, is still, in its own modern politics, its own museums, and its own ongoing public argument over statues, street names, and school curricula, working out exactly how to hold both halves of this story, the wonder and the cost at once, the end of the Republic and the end of the Company. It is worth pausing finally on the specific and, in its own way, genuinely fitting manner in which both halves of this story, the Republic and its own great trading company, came to their formal end, because the two endings arrived within a few years of one another, at the close of the 18th century, and both, characteristically for a story that has so often turned on paperwork rather than pageantry, arrived not with any single decisive battle, but with a quiet and largely bureaucratic conclusion. The Dutch Republic's own political system, already weakened by a century of declining trade and by genuine internal division between supporters of the House of Orange and a growing movement of Dutch reformers, inspired by the same revolutionary currents then reshaping France, calling themselves the Patriots, collapsed entirely in the winter of 1794 and 1795, when a French revolutionary army invaded the Netherlands, in a campaign whose final, almost surreal episode saw French cavalry capture a Dutch fleet frozen fast in the ice of the Texel roadstead, sabres apparently drawn against ships that could not even move to escape them, and the old Republic of the Seven United Netherlands was formally dissolved, replaced by a new French-aligned Batavian Republic, itself later reorganised by Napoleon Bonaparte, this channel's own future subject on some other night, first into a satellite kingdom of Holland under his own brother Louis, and finally in 1810, annexed outright into the French Empire itself, so that for a brief span of years the country that had once been the richest and most independent trading power in Europe ceased, in any formal sense, to exist as a sovereign state at all. It is worth naming, alongside the Republic's own fall, the specific and almost anticlimactic end of the VOC itself, because the great company that had once ruled, at its own territorial peak, more of maritime Asia than the Dutch Republic possessed in Europe, did not die in any single dramatic collapse either. By the closing decades of the 18th century, the VOC's own finances, weighed down by decades of accumulated administrative corruption among its own overseas servants, by the enormous and rising costs of defending and governing its own scattered Asian territories, and by the same declining competitive position against British and other rivals that had already hollowed out the Republic's own broader shipping trade, had deteriorated to the point where the company, once the single most valuable commercial enterprise the world had ever seen, was covering its own annual dividend payments increasingly out of borrowed money rather than actual trading profit, a pattern of quiet, sustained financial fiction that could not, in the nature of such things, continue indefinitely. The company's own charter, due for its periodic renewal at the close of the 1790s, was simply allowed to lapse by the new Batavian Republic's own government, and at midnight on the 31st of December, 1799, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, not quite 2 centuries after the candlelit merger that had created it, ceased to exist, its accumulated debts assumed directly by the Dutch state, and its own scattered fortresses, factories and territories across the length of maritime Asia passing, without any single dramatic transfer of power, into direct government administration, a company that had been born by charter dying, in the end by the simple, unromantic non-renewal of a piece of paper, exactly as it had first come into being, how we actually know all of this. It is worth pausing before this long night draws itself to a close on the specific and genuinely unusual archive that lets historians tell this whole story with the confidence they do, because the Dutch Republic's own bureaucratic habits, the same relentless ledger-keeping, everything-in-writing instinct that built the Wisselbank and the Beurs, left behind one of the largest and most thoroughly preserved corporate and civic archives anywhere in the world. The VOC's own surviving administrative archive, held today chiefly in the Dutch National Archive in The Hague, alongside substantial holdings in Jakarta, Colombo, Cape Town and Chennai, runs to something in the region of 25 million pages, correspondence, ship's logs, resolutions of the company's own governing board, the Herrenzeventien, the 17 Gentlemen, and detailed financial accounts stretching across nearly the whole 2 centuries of the company's existence. A body of documentation so vast and so historically significant that UNESCO inscribed it, in the early 2000s, on its own Memory of the World Register, and modern historians are, even now, still working through material that has never been systematically read since the clerks who first filed it away. And it is this same archive, cross-checked against the notarial records of Amsterdam's own city archive, tens of thousands of individual contracts, wills and depositions drawn up before licensed notaries, and preserved with a completeness few other early modern cities can match, that let modern researchers go back, as this story has already mentioned, and correct the popular legend of tulip mania against the actual unglamorous paper trail of who bought what from whom and for how much. It is worth naming, too, a handful of the modern historians whose own work this account leans on most heavily, because the honest thing to do on a channel that tries always to show its own working is to say plainly where a story like this one actually comes from. Jonathan Israel's own sweeping single-volume history of the Dutch Republic, running to well over 1,000 pages, remains the standard modern narrative synthesis most later historians measure their own work against. Simon Schemer's own study of Dutch Golden Age culture, published under the title The Embarrassment of Riches, a phrase this whole account has, without ever quite saying so, been circling all night, first made the genuinely persuasive case that the era's own art and its own moralizing anxiety about sudden wealth were 2 faces of the very same coin, and Fem Gastra's own detailed institutional history of the VOC itself, along with the ongoing work of the Netherlands Institute for War, Holocaust and Genocide Studies, and a wider community of Dutch and international scholars researching the slave trade specifically, have done the harder and more recent work of assembling the fuller, more honest, less flattering ledger. This account has tried to hold up alongside the paintings, work whose own conclusions fed directly, in 2021, into the city of Amsterdam's own formal apology this story has already mentioned. None of these historians agree with each other on every point, and it is worth saying plainly that serious, ongoing scholarly argument continues over exactly how much of Dutch Golden Age wealth should be attributed to trade with Asia against trade within Europe, over exactly how central the slave trade was to the Republic's own overall prosperity compared with the WIC's own frequently precarious finances, and over a great many other questions this single long night has necessarily simplified in the telling. But the broad shape of the story, a small, poor, waterlogged republic making itself briefly the richest society on earth, through trade, finance, and a genuinely unusual toleration, and paying for a substantial part of that wealth in other people's suffering, is not seriously disputed by anyone who has actually read the archive. And it is the shape this whole night has tried, as honestly as one voice in the dark can manage, to pass on to you, both hands held open at once. It is worth pausing, before this long night turns toward its own close, on the fairest and most honest way to hold this entire story in your own two hands at once, because it would be a disservice on a channel that tries always to deal both-handedly with the past, to let either the wonder or the horror of this story crowd the other entirely out of the room. In one hand, then, a small, waterlogged, resource-poor territory on the edge of Europe, populated by refugees and drainers and fishermen, built quite literally a meaningful portion of its own physical land from nothing, invented or perfected in the space of little more than a single century, the joint stock company, the modern stock exchange, the central bank, and the entrepot trading system that would go on to organise the commerce of the entire modern world, produced in that same century an explosion of painting and science that remains, to this day, one of the most extraordinary concentrations of genius any society of comparable size has ever managed, and did all of this while extending to religious refugees the rest of Europe was busy persecuting. A haven imperfect, certainly, but real and genuinely unusual for its age. In the other hand, and held with exactly the same weight and exactly the same honesty, that same wealth was built, in substantial and undeniable part, on the deliberate massacre of the population of the Banda Islands, and on a monopoly enforced for generations afterward by the felling of trees, the burning of harvests, and the plantation labour of the enslaved, that a second great Dutch company organised and profited from the transatlantic trafficking of hundreds of thousands of African men, women and children, a trade whose full civic reckoning in the Netherlands itself did not properly begin until our own century, and that the broad, comfortable domestic prosperity this story has spent so long admiring, the paintings, the tulip bulbs, the canal houses with their own gabled warehouse fronts, sat for its own richest and most golden decades on ledgers whose darkest columns were kept, when they were kept at all, in a country and in a language the people actually harmed by them could rarely read. Both of these things are true at once, of the very same century, and very often of the very same families whose own comfortable Amsterdam townhouses were furnished in no small part by dividends drawn from company ships that had, on the very same voyage out and home, carried both innocent bolts of cloth and chained human cargo. And this channel does not offer you that discomfort to spoil your rest tonight, but because a story about how a nation became the richest empire the world had yet seen is not, in the end, a true story at all, if it lets you drift off remembering only the paintings and forgetting the ledger the paintings were paid from. It is worth setting the two hands' own numbers down plainly, one final time, side by side, because a story told only in adjectives lets a listener drift toward whichever hand feels more comfortable, and this one should not be allowed to drift. Something in the region of 15,000 Bandanese killed or enslaved in a single year to secure a nutmeg monopoly. Something in the region of 500,000 to 600,000 enslaved Africans carried across the Atlantic in Dutch ships over 2.5 centuries. Something in the region of half of every soldier and sailor the VOC ever sent east, never living to collect a full contract's own wages. Set against a per-person income that stood at the Golden Age's own peak, higher than anywhere else on earth. A stock exchange, a central bank, and a joint stock company whose own basic legal architecture still underwrites the retirement account of a stranger reading these words on the far side of the world tonight, and 5 million paintings made in a single century by a society that had decided almost uniquely for its own age that beauty belonged in an ordinary home and not only in a palace. Neither column cancels the other. Both were entries in the very same ledger, kept in the end by the very same hand. What might easily have gone another way? It is worth pausing before this long night reaches its own close on how genuinely contingent this whole extraordinary story actually was, because it is tempting, looking backward across 4 centuries at a narrative this tidy, to imagine Dutch greatness as somehow inevitable, the natural and predictable result of Dutch character or Dutch geography or Dutch Protestant industry. And that temptation is worth resisting directly, one final time before we let the story settle into legend. Consider how differently this whole account might read if the Spanish Fury had never happened at all, or if Antwerp's own refugee merchants, fleeing a siege that might just as easily have gone the other way, had scattered instead to Hamburg or to London, cities that would, in that altered version of events, have received the capital, the connections and the printing expertise that instead built Amsterdam's own fortune. Consider how differently it might read if the wind at Leiden in 1574 had never turned, or if the disaster year of 1672 had arrived a decade earlier, before the Wisselbank and the Boers had fully matured, when a French army at the gates of Amsterdam might have found a republic with nowhere near the accumulated financial depth to survive the shock. Consider, too, how differently the whole later balance of this story might have settled if William III had drowned crossing the North Sea in 688, rather than landing safely to claim the English throne, since a Dutch stadtholder who never became an English king might never have carried the Republic's own hard-won financial techniques across the water at all, leaving England's own financial revolution to arrive by some slower and more difficult road, if it arrived at all. It is worth naming, too, how much of this story's own most consequential turns rested on outcomes no one at the time could possibly have called in advance. Piet Hein's own capture of an entire year's Spanish treasure fleet depended, by his own crew's later account, as much on Spanish captains panicking and running their own ships aground as on any Dutch tactical genius, a single afternoon's worth of enemy poor judgment that funded, as this story has already told you, an entire war for Brazil. The Bank of Amsterdam's own extraordinary credibility rested for the better part of a century on nothing more solid than the city government's own consistent, patient refusal to ever once raid its own reserves for a short-term political advantage, a restraint no law of economics guaranteed, and that a single desperate council vote could, at almost any point across that century, have shattered. And the very existence of the joint stock company as a workable financial instrument depended, in its first uncertain decade, on a market of Amsterdam investors choosing, again and again, to trust a piece of paper representing a ship they would never see, sailing to islands most of them could not have located on a map, a trust that had no guarantee of holding, and that, in a dozen other cities across Europe, attempting broadly similar experiments in these same years quite often did not hold at all. None of this is offered to diminish the very real skill, the very real patience, and the very real institutional cleverness this whole night has described, because skill and patience and cleverness were all genuinely present in enormous supply. It is offered only as a reminder, the same reminder this channel has offered on other long nights about other empires, that the people living through any given decade of this story never once knew, as they were living it, which of their own choices history would eventually judge as the hinge on which everything else turned, and that the comfortable, tidy shape of a story told 4 centuries later is always, to some real degree, a story about survivors, describing backward a path that felt at every single step along the way considerably less certain than it now appears, what the polder left behind. It is worth pausing in these last quiet minutes of our long night together on what actually remained, once the Republic itself had dissolved into Napoleon's empire and the great company had lapsed into a line in a government ledger, because the Dutch Golden Age did not vanish from the world, the way the wealth of some other empires this channel has visited has vanished, leaving behind mostly ruins and legend. It left behind, instead, a set of working parts that the rest of the modern world simply kept using, often without remembering or particularly caring, where they had first been built. The joint stock company, first assembled into its full and enduring modern form in that spring merger of 1602, remains, in only lightly modified form, the basic legal structure underneath very nearly every large business enterprise on Earth today. The very sentence in which you might describe your own retirement savings, invested, however indirectly, in shares of a public corporation, is a sentence written in an institutional language the Amsterdam Beurs first taught the world to speak. The central bank, first built to give the coin of a single quarrelsome trading city a value the whole of Europe could trust, is now so thoroughly the default machinery of every modern national economy that its own absence, in the rare places it does not exist, reads as the genuine anomaly, and the entrepot principle, a single, well-organised hub taking its commission on goods that pass through without ever truly belonging to it, animates in a lineage direct enough that economic historians trace it without much difficulty. The free ports and transshipment economies of Singapore, Dubai and Rotterdam, the last of these standing by a certain neat historical justice, on the very same stretch of Dutch River Delta this whole story began on. It is worth naming too a handful of the specific and still operating modern institutions whose own direct lineage runs back through this whole story, because the Amsterdam Exchange this account has described merchants haggling in beneath a courtyard's own pillars didn't simply vanish into history, the way the Republic and its own great companies eventually did. It continued trading, in one legal form or another, for the following 4 centuries, and stands today folded into the pan-European exchange group called Euronext, as one of the strongest surviving claims anywhere in the world to the title of the oldest continuously operating stock exchange on Earth. The Netherlands, a country of scarcely 18 million people today, still manages, through its own occupational pension funds, one of the largest pools of retirement savings relative to the size of its own economy anywhere in the developed world, a modern echo, however unintentional, of a society that learned, 4 centuries ago, to treat pooled, professionally managed long-term capital as an entirely ordinary and unremarkable part of everyday financial life. And the port of Rotterdam, rebuilt almost entirely after catastrophic bombing in the Second World War, remains, to this day, the largest port in the whole of Europe, still performing, in modern container terminals rather than in gabled canal-side warehouses, very nearly the identical entrepot function this whole night has already described Amsterdam performing for the trade of an earlier world. It is worth naming, finally, that legal and business historians tracing the modern doctrine of limited shareholder liability, the specific legal principle that lets an ordinary investor today buy stock in a company without risking anything beyond the price of the shares themselves, however badly that company's own management may later behave, point back, again and again in their own scholarship, to the specific charter innovations of the VOC's own founding document in 1602 as one of the clearest and most consequential early ancestors of that entire modern legal architecture, so that a great deal of the invisible legal scaffolding underneath the entire modern global economy, the scaffolding that let a mining company in Australia or a technology company in California raise money from strangers on the far side of the world without those strangers ever risking their own homes, was assembled in its very first working version by lawyers and merchants arguing over a charter in a room in The Hague 4 centuries before either of those companies existed. It is worth returning one final time to the polder itself, because it is the image this whole night has kept coming back to, and it is worth telling you, before we close, that the Netherlands has never once finished the argument with the sea that this story opened on. Roughly a quarter of the country's own modern territory lies below sea level today, protected by a system of dikes, pumps, and storm barriers considerably more sophisticated than anything Ligwater's 43 windmills could have managed, but built on precisely the same underlying logic that no single household, however careful, can keep the water out alone, and that the whole community survives or drowns together, a logic Dutch politics still explicitly invokes in the modern political vocabulary of the Polder model, to describe a national style of governing by broad, patient, often maddeningly slow consensus among competing interests that no single party is ever permitted fully to dominate. The same style of governing under a different and more urgent name that a handful of quarrelsome, waterlogged provinces first discovered they needed 4 centuries ago, simply in order not to drown, and then discovered, almost by accident, was very good for making everybody rich as well. That brings us to the end of our story for tonight, though of course it doesn't really end there, since the country that built it is still there this evening. An ocean and half a continent away from wherever you are lying right now, still holding back the sea, one pump station at a time, still keeping its own accounts, in the quiet, methodical, unglamorous way that made it, for one extraordinary century, the richest place that had ever existed on the face of the earth. It is a strange thing to consider, drifting towards sleep, that so much of the invisible architecture of the world you will wake up inside tomorrow. The bank that holds your own money, the exchange where somebody's pension is quietly rising and falling with the day's trading, the shipping container sitting in some port you've never seen, carrying some ordinary thing you will use without ever thinking about how it got there, was first assembled piece by piece by fishermen and refugees and dike builders in a handful of small, damp, unglamorous cities that most of the world, in the century before this one began, had scarcely bothered to learn the names of. Thank you, as always, for spending these long, quiet hours here with me tonight. If this story kept you company, please subscribe to this channel and help us on our way toward 1,000 subscribers. It means more than you probably know, and every single one of you who joins us is genuinely helping this small, quiet corner of the internet grow a little further into the dark. Close your eyes now. Let the tide go out and let the story go with it. Good night and sweet dreams.